Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, please be seated. We are about to begin. Assalamu alaikum. Sabah al khair. Good morning and the warmest of welcomes to the third Arab-British Economic Summit. My name is Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham. I am based in the Middle East as a TV anchor for CNBC and Euronews. It is my honour to be your Master of Ceremonies here today. Our summit is proudly hosted and organised by the Arab-British Chamber of Commerce, a trusted champion in the Arab-British partnership and an influential voice in business on both sides. Every year, this flagship event grows in size, in stature, and influence when it comes to convening royalty, policymakers, innovators, CEOs, and thought leaders, all looking to share their insights and their expertise when it comes to charting the challenges and opportunities of today and tomorrow's economic and commercial landscapes. We're all keenly aware that we are living in very turbulent times, but perhaps this summit can act as a collective and a collaborative beacon of strength, resilience, and promise as we look to navigate these challenges, but also amplify each other's potential. This symposium is a testament to the trusted bonds, the long and far-reaching ties that bind our nations together. And so, as we embark upon today, let us truly embrace open and candid dialogue in the spirit of cooperation, looking to create bonds that truly resonate across all borders. Indeed, aligning with our summit's theme this year of sustaining an emerging vision, we will spotlight many opportunities in many areas, not least when it comes to finance, technology, medicine, healthcare, agriculture, and of course, with just 10 days to go until COP28 launches in the United Arab Emirates, we will of course focus and hone in on the greatest challenge of our time, that of climate change. Ever mindful of the Chamber's mission and motto of friendship through trade, let us take a moment to thank our sponsors, our partners, our valued members for their continued support and for making today possible. We look forward to networking with you and you with them, and do make sure that you visit the exposition just one floor down. And so, without further ado, let me officially launch today's event. And it is my great honour to invite to the podium to deliver her welcome remarks the Chair of the Arab-British Chamber of Commerce, ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honourable Baroness Simons of Vernon Dean. Please welcome her.
Well, thank you very much. It is tremendous to see so many people here. So, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. As chairman of the Arab-British Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of the Chamber, I would like to welcome you all to this economic summit, our flagship annual event and gathering. It is tremendously inspiring to see the representatives from government and from business who've gathered here today. And most of all, it is so good and so encouraging to know that we are indeed amongst friends at such events. Many old friends are here, but I am delighted that we are joined by many new friends as well. Judging from the huge list of people here, it is clearly evident that these economic summits have really made an appetite for Arab-British partnership. They have enhanced the appetite that we all had, but they've really given it a focal point, which I think is important to us all. We are joined by large delegations from various Gulf states and other countries in the Arab world, all seeking to be in real business with British counterparts. Our decision to launch the Arab-British Summit a few years ago was taken after identifying that there really was a demand for such meetings. And this decision was confirmed by the very positive response that we had to the first of those summits. This year, I'm delighted to say, and I really am so pleased about this, that we have exceeded the numbers on previous occasions. So thank you to all of you for giving such support. I want to congratulate our energetic Secretary General, Mr. Banda Reda, who is, of course, well known to all of you, and who had the foresight to decide that we should launch this sort of summit on a yearly basis. Mr. Reda provides exceptional leadership to a small and highly effective group which we have at the Arab British Chamber of Commerce. He provides really important encouragement to his staff and, of course, to the commercial values that we seek to promote. I commend Mr. Reda and his staff for the excellent programme that they've set out today, and that this will be, I hope, an innovative and hard-working session. We've got artificial intelligence to discuss. We've got COP28 and the real priorities that that produces to discuss, and I hope those conversations will be productive. Over recent years, we have been looking at the sort of dynamism that the Arab world is now showing, with massive investments interjected into projects all the way around the world. And of course, we are especially interested in those in this country, into utilities, into schools, into all sorts of different ventures that we share. These investments are guided by strategies implemented by visionary leaders who are absolutely determined to address the core needs of their citizens for the new approaches that there are, and to exercise the talents and the help towards greater prosperity for us all. All these issues feature on our agenda today. Even in this most challenging of times, when we see the appalling tragedies like those in Ghana, our friendship is absolutely pivotal, and it has remained steadfast and is viewed by all of us as an underlying strength between us and between our future relationships. By remembering the efforts of those who have worked on these, building closer partnerships, we open up the prospect of even greater prosperity for communications, for maximising the potential of the huge industries that are here today. I want to add my thanks to the sponsors who have been so generous, and our strategic partners from the Arab embassies. And may I thank the Arab ambassadors for all the support they give us all year round. The ambassadors are a tremendous source of advice and support to us all, which we treasure very much. I must also, of course, express my thanks to KEZAD Group, of the Khalifa Economic Zone, who are our headline sponsor for this ABS 2023. I look forward to the debates today. I look forward to what we shall be finding out. And I particularly look forward to all those conversations that we always have in margins of events like this, where we get to shake each other's hands, look into each other's faces, and begin conversations that really matter. Thank you all for being here. Now I have to introduce the next person, which is you. Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, sat down a moment too soon, because of course I need to introduce our wonderful CEO, Banda Reda, who will be well known to all of you, and who, as I mentioned, was the inspiring force for setting up these summits. Banda, over to you.
Well, thank you, Baroness. Assalamu alaikum, and good morning to everyone. I'm going to make it very quick because we have a lot of speakers and we're very excited for the rest of the day. I would like to thank all of you for attending here today, and especially I would like to thank the delegation coming from all over I would say, the continent. We have delegations coming from Arab countries as well as non-Arab countries. So thank you all for that effort and being here with us sharing this day. Today is our third Arab-British Economic Summit, and we basically are looking forward to grow that economic summit and to have more and more in the upcoming years. I think a summit as today's summit is quite important to bridge the link between the Arab countries and the UK businesses mainly. And it shows how strong are the relation and the history between those two nations. Again, thank you. I would like to thank my team and staff for the great effort of today. I would like to thank our sponsors, and I would like to thank His Excellency Abu Ghait and His Excellency Lord Ahmed for being here today, and the rest of the speakers as well. Thank you again, and I look forward for the rest of the day. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, my lords and ladies, it is now my pleasure to welcome to the rostrum His Excellency Mohammed Al-Qadar Al-Ahmed, who is the CEO of the Khalifa Economic Zone. Your Excellency, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. It gives me a great pleasure today, as a matter of fact, to be part of the speaker's welcome note. Thank you very much. I have noticed the second edition of British Arab Summit, and I see a lot of, I think it's attracting a lot of different entities. The number is significantly really increased from the last one. We last year decided actually to be part of this as a main sponsor, because as a Khalifa Economic Zones Abu Dhabi KEZAD, which is the largest economic zones in the region, we believed completely in such event where we can really explore different opportunities, different networking, and I think this is the right and perfect platform for us. The event itself for the remaining of the day is very rich in terms of panels, as the Barons mentioned. I think there are so many topics to be discussed. But the important thing for us as economic zones is really to showcase how this sector as economic zones can really flourish in the Arab world. To us, being part of this event is completely an honor to be among the very, very reputable personnel who have over the years proven that the gathering between the UK government and the Arab world, it can really flourish our business from time to time. The relationship between us and the UK government and the Arab world is very special, and we believe that the partnership in business can really progress in a different way. The economic zones in Abu Dhabi is a very unique business to us. For us is to attract different industries, different sectors. Right now we focus on 17 sectors with a land bank of 550 square kilometers in 12 economic zones. 100 square kilometers is designated as a free zone. I think our experience in managing the economic zones can be a very special and can be a very, very fruitful for others to be looked at. Once again, thank you very much for inviting us and to have the chance also to be a sponsor or the main sponsor for the event. And looking forward today, the event itself for everybody, and to exchange ideas and explore opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that very speech to get us on our way. Thank you very much indeed. Now it is my turn to introduce one of my colleagues from the House of Lords. That is Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon. He is the Minister for the Middle East and for North Africa. He is also, I might say, a formidable partner to have in the House of Lords. As a former minister myself, I know how much briefing you get overnight, and I must say you always master your brief brilliantly well. So may I invite you, please, to come and address us.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Good morning, and to all our guests who are joining us from across the Gulf, from across the Middle East and North Africa, on behalf of the British government, ahlan wa sahlan. You are most welcome here. And as my dear colleague and friend, Baroness Simmons said, then Liz, may I also congratulate you. You do a tremendous amount of work. And Liz is often lobbying me on the importance of this organisation, and I assure you that being here today is testament also to how across government, across parties, indeed as a country, we regard the importance of these kind of meetings in strengthening our relationship. I also congratulate the Secretary-General and actually congratulate the organisers, because they often say you have one Ahmed on stage. When you look across the stage, I believe we have three today, including the Secretary-General of the Arab League. So there's great organisational capacity and capability put in there. But as we join here this morning in the spirit of friendship, in the spirit of collaboration, it would be remiss of me, indeed for any of us, not to begin on reflecting on what is happening right now across Israel, Gaza, and indeed, sadly, in the West Bank as well. The intensity of what's happening is reflected on the level of engagement. I myself, I've just returned from Bahrain, where the Manama dialogue was taking place, and in recognizing the important role Bahrain play in that respect, the dialogue itself, and the Secretary-General is here, he and I actually were on the same panel, was dominated by events in the Middle East. And equally after that, I immediately fast-footed over to Doha, and there are important talks taking place, and I was able to engage quite directly there, and I again acknowledge and recognize the important role Qatar are playing at this important time. In bridging that particular gap, we need to move forward. We need to see a sense, the space that where people who are suffering, in Gaza in particular, right now, that suffering is going on for far too long. No one, unless you're directly impacted, can comprehend the pain and suffering. I visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories about 10, 11 days ago, and I saw directly the challenges which were being faced by people in the West Bank. In Gaza, it's really hard to comprehend the innocent Palestinian lives that are being lost, the women, the children. You know, I've been very clear from the start, and I'm delighted through my very close friends. Liz, you talked about how grateful we are, but also we recognize the strength of the ambassadorial representation to the United Kingdom. We really do get the cream of the crop, if I can put it that way. And looking across, I can see three of my great friends, the ambassadors of Egypt, Jordan, and Kuwait sitting there, and I'm sure there's others here as well. Thank you for all you are doing, because it is important at this time that our conversations are frank and candid, and where we have differing perspectives, that ultimately the goal we all want to see, which is peace in the Middle East. And let me put on record once again that that cannot be achieved until we see the abhorrent acts that took place in Israel, of course, on the 7th of October. And let me be very clear, make it very personal. And I speak as a Muslim, if I may. Any act of terror by anyone, anywhere, including those committed by Hamas, are against every sense of our common humanity, against every sense of the faith I follow, indeed of any faith or belief around the world. But equally, we should now really focus and ensure that what's happening on the suffering of the people of Gaza is put to an end. And in this, if I may particularly commend both my dear friend Manar Abbas, who plays an incredible role as ambassador to Jordan for the work that Jordan is doing, but also recognize through the ambassador of Egypt, and again, thank you, Sharif, for all you do, the role that Egypt is currently playing in providing that glimmer currently through the Rafah crossing. And I make no excuses or apologies for focusing my initial comments on those particular events, because Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, friends, if we do not address that central pivotal issue, we will not see progress, and we will be back here again. Now, I don't know, in the finite time, Baroness Simmons talked about her time of a minister, and as my time as currently serving as the Minister of State for the Middle East and North Africa. But one thing I do know of, that every day, every ounce of my effort, everything that we're seeking to do should be focused on trying to shift that dial. Peace is not impossible. It's a difficult pathway ahead. But you know what? We should never give up hope. We should pray and work every sinew of our efforts, everything we have, in whatever role, in business, in NGOs, in diplomacy, in politics, whoever we are, wherever we are, to do our bit to actually try and deliver that vision for a lasting, sustainable peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, hard as it is to move oneself from those particular issues, we also recognize, importantly, that our discussions here today will center on so many important issues. Artificial intelligence, indeed, the Prime Minister only a few weeks ago hosted an important international conference in that respect. It was the former Foreign Secretary who brought it to the United Nations as an issue. But that's not where we are alone. From trade to health, from security to finance, we are working together to tackle the challenges we face, one particular one that I focused on already, but also numerous other challenges of climate, which we all face together. But also, importantly, with all of you, it is the people that matter, of unlocking the immense potential and opportunities that lie ahead. As I reflected on what I was going to say this morning, just last week, for example, I hosted the UK-Algeria Strategic Dialogue alongside my dear friend, Foreign Minister Attaf, where we focused on opportunities to increase our burgeoning trade relationship. Our trade relationship, and I'm just using this as one example because it's fresh in my mind from last week, has grown by 24% since 2022 with Algeria. Currently at 3 billion, but with ambitious plans to do more. Companies such as AstraZeneca, Unilever, GSK, Petrofac are already well established in Algeria, and many are expanding their operations. And this is a wider series of structured dialogues, looking at all aspects of our relationships. We've just celebrated the 70th anniversary of the Kuwaiti Investment Office. We've had royal visits in, we've had strategic dialogues with Kuwait as well. Again, and I'm thank you to you, brother, for the immense effort you've been putting in since your arrival. Many of you will remember his predecessor, but one thing is very important, that the energy of the new ambassador has been reflective on the strength of our bilateral relationship as well. But equally, we have had other structured dialogues with Bahrain recently, Tunisia, where we focused on areas such as climate, education, transport, and much more as well. And as I alluded earlier, both myself and the Secretary General were just at the Manama dialogue, where important conversations took place on all these particular issues and more. And it was reflective of the strength and indeed the depth of the attendance, as we see this morning, on how important people regard these important organizations, but also the convening of such meetings. Just focusing on global health, the UK has a proud record of working with the Arab world and across the MENA region to strengthen systems in developing countries, drive innovations in care, develop new vaccines. On food security, today, our Prime Minister is hosting a global summit just a short distance from here. Indeed, I'll be speaking at that a bit later on. alongside our friends from the United Arab Emirates and Somalia, galvanizing action to end hunger. And a year ago, the United Kingdom launched a partnership with Saudi Arabia, with the King Salman Relief, to tackle food insecurity in Somalia, where we're already seeing results with 130,000 vulnerable people being supported directly. And we are signing, not just in terms of trade relationships, but development relationships with our partners across the Middle East and North Africa, because together, the sum of the whole, we can deliver so much more. Of course, this is also when we look at the issues of COP28, which has been mentioned. Congratulations to Egypt. They took on the chair from us, and this exchange of baton is important, and going on to the UAE. We work with the Arab world directly because we have to accelerate green growth, and we are working with countries across the piece to strengthen areas such as renewable energy and green industry, including we're now seeing in Oman, I believe, electric buses on the road as well. And finally, just on the UK GCC trade agreement, again at the Manama Dialogue, I met with the Secretary General, my dear friend Jassim Fom, who's the Secretary General of the GCC, and we are progressing that well. For the economies of the Arab world to become less dependent on fossil fuels, we must open doors for entrepreneurs, many of you here today, to take advantage of new technologies, opportunities we can only grasp by removing barriers and facilitating growth, and working with our Gulf partners. That's why, for example, in very practical terms, we are, and indeed we are piloting right now with Qatar, the new visa-free agreements that we've reached with several countries across the Gulf. And that's demonstrable that we shouldn't just talk about things, we should help to facilitate action that deliver that people-to-people links. And a trade deal, in my mind, with the GCC will boost our collaboration across a huge range of sectors, creating many business opportunities and, importantly, jobs on both sides and attracting new investment. UK exports to Arab countries in 2022 was 38 billion, an increase of 20%. But there's so much more that can be achieved. In conclusion, to all of you, I say I hope your deliberations today are both productive and do deliver. There is much we can do together, collaboratively, collectively, working together towards common goals. And I'm sure there will be many engaging discussions. Because after all, and a politician would say this, it's only through talking, but dialogue matters ultimately when we can deliver on those conversations and discussions. And it's forums like this that help to make it happen. And together we can. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, Minister, thank you for that. That was some inspiring stuff, and we were delighted to hear it. May I now ask the Secretary General of the Arab League, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Abulgate, if he would be kind enough to come and speak to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. And if I may deliver my statement in Arabic, since I am the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, and it is important that we should create some balance between English and Arabic, as it is the third British Arab Economic Summit. So allow me please to deliver it in Arabic. Thank you very much, Baroness Simon. حضور الكريم، يسرني بداية أن أشارككم افتتاح القمة الاقتصادية العربية البريطانية في نسختها الثالثة. للأسف لم أتمكن من المشاركة في نسخة العام الماضي، النسخة الثانية، حيث جاء موعد انعقادها تماما مع موعد انعقاد القمة العربية في الجزائر في نوفمبر 22. أعتبر هذه النسخة الثالثة فرصة سانحة لتعزيز التعاون بين الجانبين العربي والبريطاني، والعلاقة بينهما علاقة قديمة جدا. وأتقدم بالشكر لغرفة التجارة العربية البريطانية واتحاد الغرف العربية على جهودهما لتنظيمهما، والشكر موصول أيضا لكل من ساهم في تيسير هذا الجهد. لقد جئت إلى هنا من منطقة تشهد مرة أخرى حربا ذات أبعاد خطيرة نعيش خلالها أياما عصيبة على وقع العدوان الإسرائيلي على غزة. هناك سوف أتحدث كثيرا عن الوضع في غزة، وبالتالي أعتقد أن نبقي على التصفيق حتى النهاية، وإلا فلن أتمكن من تكملة هذا البيان. هناك شعور عميق بفقدان الثقة في القيم الإنسانية المشتركة التي يتبناها العالم، بعد أن ظهر أن الكثير من الدول الغربية على وجه الخصوص لا تولي ذات القيمة لحياة البشر، وتتعامل مع الحروب وضحاياها بقدر هائل من الازدواجية في المعايير. أقول هذا أخذا في الاعتبار أن الكثيرين يقولون أن هناك قيم مشتركة عديدة، وأن العالم تجمعه القيم المشتركة. وهنا نرصد بالتأكيد في الشرق الأوسط وفي المنطقة العربية أن الكثير من هذه القيم تطبق فقط في العالم الغربي وبمفاهيم غربية، وينسى العالم الغربي أن هذه القيم هي قيم إنسانية تغطي هذا الكوكب بكامله. لا يستطيع الرأي العام في المنطقة العربية أو غيرها الاقتناع بأي مبرر يساق لقتل أكثر من 12,000 إنسان فلسطيني، أغلبهم من النساء والأطفال. لا شيء يبرر هذا، ولا توصيف لذلك الفعل سوى بأنه جريمة مكتملة الأركان. هذه الجريمة يجب أن يوضع لها حد وفوراً، وأن يحاسب مرتكبيها. هذا ما يدركه كل أصحاب الضمائر الحية في العالم، بما في ذلك مئات الآلاف الذين تظاهروا هنا في هذه العاصمة البريطانية العريقة مطالبين بوقف فوري لإطلاق النار. إن هذه الأصوات الحرة مسموعة ومقدرة جدا لدينا في المنطقة العربية، كما نقدر مواقف كل من رفض القتل بالجملة والعقاب الجماعي والانتقام، تماما كما نشعر بخيبة أمل عميقة في المنظومة الدولية التي تتيح لهذه الجريمة أن تستمر أمام سمع وبصر العالم كله لأسابيع بلا توقف. وهي بهذا ليست عاراً على مرتكبيها فقط، ولكن على المنظومة الدولية كلها، وأقصد بها الأمم المتحدة التي نعتبرها فشلت في توفير الحماية للمدنيين الأبرياء من ويلات حرب انتقامية تشنها آلة عسكرية لا تعرف رحمة ولا تعترف بقانون، بل وتنفذ إرادة قوة احتلال غاصب. ويجب أن يتنبه الجميع أن ما يحدث في غزة وفي الأراضي الفلسطينية في الضفة الغربية المحتلة، وهما يمثلان الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، أن كل هذا الأمر يقوم بسبب الاحتلال. وإذا كان البعض يحاول النفي عن الاحتلال، وجود الاحتلال، فهو في الحقيقة أمر غريب المنطق ولا ينبغي أن يكون. يجب الاعتراف بأن هناك احتلال، ولأن قيمة النفس البشرية واحدة في كل مكان، وانطلاقا من قيمنا الإنسانية والدينية التي تؤمن بضرورة تجنيب ويلات الأعمال العسكرية، فقد كانت لدينا في العالم العربي الشجاعة الكافية لكي نقول وبشكل واضح إننا ندين قتل أو استهداف المدنيين على إطلاقه. هناك قتلى من المدنيين الإسرائيليين قتلوا في 7 أكتوبر، وهو أمر ندين قتل المدنيين الإسرائيليين. وكنا نتوقع من الجميع أن يتخذ نفس الموقف الأخلاقي والمبدئي، فلا شيء على الإطلاق يبرر الهجمات على المستشفيات والمدارس ودور العبادة. لا شيء يبرر الخراب الذي أنزلته قوات الاحتلال بسكان قطاع غزة. وعندما اجتمعت 57 دولة عربية وإسلامية في قمة استثنائية بالرياض، كانت الرسالة واضحة: المطلوب وقف فوري لإطلاق النار، والمطلوب آلية مستدامة لإدخال المساعدات لأكثر من 2 مليون فلسطيني يتعرضون حاليا ولحظيا لكارثة إنسانية بعد أن انهارت كافة نظم الحياة في القطاع، وتوقفت أغلب المستشفيات عن العمل، واقترب الناس من حد المجاعة، ونحن على أعتاب فصل الشتاء بما يزيد من احتمالات انتقال الأمراض المعدية. وبعد فشله لعدة مرات أصدر مجلس الأمن منذ أيام قليلة قراراً يدعو لهدن إنسانية وممرات لإدخال المساعدات. خطوة صغيرة ولكنها مشجعة، ونأمل أن يوضع حد نهائي وفوري لهذه المأساة. أننا أمام لحظة الحقيقة، وكل يوم يمر من دون وقف هذه الحرب الشريرة قد يزيد من مشاعر الكراهية والعداء. وبكل الأمانة أقول لكل من أتحدث إليهم من أصدقائنا وزملائنا الذين نتعامل معهم في العالم الغربي: أفيقوا، تتركون هذه الحرب تستمر بكل أبعادها التي تقود إلى قدر هائل من عدم الثقة، من الكراهية، من الضيق. أفيقوا إلى خطورة ما يحدث الآن، وسوف تتراكم أحداثه ويكون له رد فعل بالغ الخطورة في سنوات وعقود قادمة. نطلب إنهاء الاحتلال وإقامة الدولة الفلسطينية التي تعيش إلى جوار إسرائيل في أمن وسلام لكليهما. إن الحديث عن حرب غزة لا ينبغي أن يأخذنا عن هدف هذه القمة. وحضراتكم جميعا تعملون في مجال التبادل التجاري والاستثماري، وتعلمون كم يتأثر مجالكم وأعمالكم بانعدام الاستقرار في هذه المنطقة القريبة من البحر الأبيض المتوسط وأوروبا والعالم الغربي. إن الاستقرار الذي ننشده للمنطقة العربية لن يقوم إلا عندما يتأسس فيها سلام عادل وشامل ودائم وتحل القضية الفلسطينية. لقد روج رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي لعدة سنوات واستمر يروج القول بأننا نمد أيدينا إلى العالم العربي وأننا نقيم علاقات مع العرب ولننسى القضية الفلسطينية فسوف تحل نفسها بنفسها، وهذا لن يتحقق. القضية الفلسطينية هي أساس وجوهر النزاع والوضع في الشرق الأوسط، وعلى الجميع أن يسعى لحلها وحتى نقيم هذا الاستقرار والسلام في مجمل البحر الأبيض المتوسط والمنطقة العربية. إن الروابط القديمة والمتجددة بين المملكة المتحدة والدول العربية، ومثلما قلت هي روابط تشكل رصيدا مهما يمكن البناء عليه لتعزيز التعاون المشترك، لا سيما في ظل الفرص الكبيرة التي تتيحها الخطة التنموية التي أطلقتها بريطانيا بعد خروجها أو مغادرتها للاتحاد الأوروبي. إن التبادل التجاري العربي البريطاني وبالرغم من المنافسة الكبيرة التي يتعرض لها من القوى الاقتصادية التقليدية وتلك الناشئة، إلا أنه يبقى أمرا مهما، إذ بلغ 57 مليار دولار نهاية عام 2021. أتحدث عن التبادل التجاري، وهو رقم مرشح للارتفاع في ظل تزايد الواردات البريطانية من مواد الطاقة بعد اندلاع الحرب في أوكرانيا، وأيضا بفضل توقيع بريطانيا اتفاقات شراكة مع عدد من الدول العربية ساهمت في تضاعف استثماراتها لا سيما في منطقة الخليج العربي على نحو لافت. وأشير في هذا السياق إلى تحسن مناخ الاستثمار في العديد من الدول العربية، وهو ما تؤكده الأرقام الصادرة عن المؤسسة العربية لضمان الاستثمار التابعة لجامعة الدول العربية، حيث تشير إلى ارتفاع عدد مشروعات الاستثمار الأجنبي المباشر في عام 2022 إلى 1617 مشروعا بقيمة 200 مليار دولار، مع توقعات باستمرار ذلك في عام 23. ومن أجل تعزيز هذا التعاون والارتقاء به إلى مستويات أفضل، ستواصل جامعة الدول العربية والمنظمات العاملة تحت مظلتها، ومنها اتحاد الغرف العربية وغرفة التجارة العربية البريطانية، ستواصل مسيرتها لتسهيل التبادل التجاري العربي مع المملكة المتحدة بما يخدم المقاصد المشتركة للطرفين. ختاما، وأسف للإطالة، أن الموضوعات التي ستناقشها هذه القمة ومنها المياه والأمن الغذائي وتغيير المناخ والصحة والاقتصاد الرقمي، الذكاء الاصطناعي، هي كلها ملفات ذات أولوية لدى الدول العربية ولدى بريطانيا بالتأكيد، وأنني على ثقة بأن هذه المداولات القادمة خلال هذا اليوم ستخرج بنتائج وتوصيات تخدم المصالح المشتركة للدول العربية ولبريطانيا وللجميع كافة. شكرا لحضراتكم وحسن الاستماع.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your speech, which I'm sure many of your thoughts were very much appreciated by those who are here. Thank you for that. May I now, you will find on your programmes that there was to be an address for the Minister from Industry and Commerce from Bahrain. Sadly, he is unable to be here. So I'm now going to ask Oliver Christian, who is His Majesty's Trade Commissioner for the Middle East and Pakistan, to address us. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone at the Arab British Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak today. Thank you to the panel members. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, there is more that brings us together that keeps us apart, and that includes business and trade, which is why it's more important than ever to support companies doing business with each other in the Arab world and the UK. The Department for Business and Trade, based here in the UK, as well as in many embassies and high commissions around the world, are integral to delivering on this vital objective. As His Majesty's Trade Commissioner for the Middle East and Pakistan, my priorities are threefold. Firstly, to break down trade barriers using all of the tools as a government that we have at our disposal in order to lessen red tape, to foster the best conditions for mutual economic growth. Secondly, to continue to grow exports and investments between the UK and the Middle East, seeing our bilateral trade and investment grow and be felt, whether our people are in Manchester or in Muscat. And thirdly, to secure a modern and comprehensive free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and the GCC, making it easier for our businesses to export our goods and services in both directions and invest in each other's economies. Currently, those economies are valued at a combined GDP of an astonishing $5 trillion. My team comprises of 100 people spread across 11 markets, including Jordan, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, and the 6 countries of the GCC. They're complemented by DBT teams here and across the world, including those in the wider Middle East and North Africa region. You've heard a few figures today, but I'll give you a few more. Our bilateral trade figures for countries of the Arab League stand at a staggering £80 billion in 2022. That's an increase of 31% from 2019 pre-COVID figures, and a huge 64% from just 2021. UK exports to the Arab League in 2022 surpassed pre-COVID numbers by 14%. And our imports from the Arab League in 2022 were £37 billion, surpassing again the figures of 2029 by up to 58%. The greatest share of our trade and investment is with countries of the GCC, where bilateral trade stood at around £61 billion. And as a bloc, the GCC represents the UK's 7th largest export destination. In my relatively new role as His Majesty's Trade Commissioner, having only been in for 2 months, I've travelled quite extensively across the GCC, and I look forward to seeing all the 11 countries that are in my region. On my travels, I've seen for myself the vast opportunity across the Middle East and the Arab world. You're known for your traders, for your business people, for your entrepreneurship, for your resilience, and as I found out personally, your hospitality. From port to souk, from majlis to boardroom, the energy and ambition and drive is palpable. And it's matched by energy, ambition and drive here in the United Kingdom. I want to harness that energy, convening government partnerships across every area of trade and investment to create a strong foundation for business to thrive, doing only what government can do so that business can get on with what they need to do. Our trade policy priority is to make it as easy as possible for our businesses to trade with each other. We have an association agreement in place in Jordan, the Lebanon, Egypt, Tunisia and Morocco, which facilitate trade between these markets and the UK. For example, in Jordan, we are in the process of setting up the UK-Jordan Business Council, which will focus on work streams as diverse as energy, transport, healthcare, food and tourism. As I've mentioned and others have mentioned the free trade agreement, we're making excellent progress. Last month we concluded round 5 of the negotiations, and you'll hear much more about this later on when the UK's chief negotiator, Tom Winton, is here on the panel later today. As we strive to break down these barriers, we free companies from bureaucracy that hold them back. Just look around at what we're doing on barriers, for example, in Saudi Arabia, giving UK aquaculture companies access to the kingdom for their farmed seafood products. But it's not just this. We're putting measures in place to help your business access the UK as an export destination. One example is our developing countries trading scheme, which with countries like Algeria are able to export 92% of its products to the UK tariff-free. As some of the panelists have mentioned, high-level investment is also a priority for the UK and for governments in the Middle East. We're seeking strategic partnerships with like-minded nations whose priorities align with ours. Our government-to-government investment partnerships are already in place with the UAE, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain and Kuwait, and this means tens of billions of pounds of investment, but also cooperation, knowledge transfer, R&D, clean energy and advanced materials as sectors, just to name a few. Government-to-government partnerships extend into specific sectors as well, including agriculture, and we're talking about food security later today. On agriculture, we have a pavilion that's just opened at the International Horticultural Expo in Doha, which is also championing the collaboration in agri-tech and clean tech more broadly. And I'd encourage everybody to go and visit the English Garden that was opened by David Beckham last month. In financial services, the UK-Saudi Arabia and UK-UAE MOUs will facilitate closer ties in areas of capital markets, green finance and insurance, among many others. Our clean energy MOU in the UAE includes commitments to share knowledge and expertise in energy and cooperating on new technologies like hydrogen. And in terms of multilateral G2G engagement, as my Lord mentioned earlier, the Prime Minister hosted the first global AI summit, safety summit earlier this month. A declaration signed by 29 countries, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, committing to work together in an inclusive manner. This will be the foundation of our future economies and services. Of course, next week is going to be COP28, hosted for a second time in an Arab nation, and it will be a catalyst for global cooperation. Personally, it will be an honour for me to welcome His Majesty the King, the Prime Minister, our new Foreign Secretary known to many friends in the Middle East, Kemi Badenoch, and many other members of the Cabinet, ministers and UK businesses to Dubai. Laying the groundwork for G2G is one thing, but business, especially SMEs, need more. And that's where my teams on the ground in the Middle East and Pakistan, as well as Africa, led by my fellow HMTC, John Humphreys, come in. Supporting exporters is the mainstay of what we do in DBT through exhibitions, trade shows, missions, and matchmaking, and so much more. Just last week it was International Trade Week, which took place, where we encouraged many in the UK to venture out into the Middle East and look at the opportunities in your markets. Indeed, I see a role for a complementary connection between our embassies, both in post but also here in London. And I'd like to establish a closer relationship between those embassies in order to find our common objectives and support our businesses. UK finance is an integral part of the UK's government's offer, and UKEF helps UK exporters secure insurance, working capital when they win business, and also introduces them to the incredibly high-quality UK supply chain. This includes support in over 60 currencies, including lines of credit, and in particular, Sharia-compliant finance. I now have I have country heads for UAE based in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, and Morocco, covering the whole region. So if there's any questions from project owners, please just let me know. The Arab British Chamber of Commerce and the UK UAE Business Council, represented here today by Lord Lister and the Saudi British Joint Business Council, and many others, are true and trusted friends. Thank you all for what you do. Now, I find that in my new job, one question comes up a lot, which is visas. And I'm very glad that Lord Ardmahil has already mentioned the fantastic new initiative, the Electronic Travel Authorization ETA scheme, that has soft launched in the Middle East. The scheme is currently working through, and we're very lucky to have Yolanda later today, who will talk on the Entrepreneurs of the Future panel, and we'll be able to give you some more information on that. It's a pleasure to be back in London, and while you're here, you will see much of what the UK has to offer. And Patricia Yates, the CEO of Visit Britain, will join the COP28 and Sustainable Development panel to explore the importance of tourism in the sector and fostering cultural and economic exchange, as well as business and trade. And then lastly, Lord Dominic Johnson, our Investment Minister, will be on hand this afternoon to close the summit. Thank you once more to the Arab British Chamber of Commerce for bringing us together today, to Baroness, and to everybody on the panel. Your Excellencies, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, if we are to sustain an emerging vision, it's incumbent on us, all of us, to work shoulder to shoulder to support business and help them succeed, because through business, that is how livelihoods are supported. That economic growth is important to succeed, especially in this region, especially today. Shukran, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, Lord Ardmahil, I fully understand. You have business to attend to. May I now invite Mr. Samir Ness, who is, of course, the President of the Union of Arab Chambers, to address her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baroness. Thank you, Baroness. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the business communities of Arab countries, I feel highly privileged and honored to meet with you today and to witness the third edition of the Arab British Economic Summit. And special thanks to the Arab British Chamber of Commerce for organizing this crucial summit and for bringing together government officials and senior executives and decision makers from across the UK and the Arab world. This summit will allow us to build upon the successes of economic relations between the UK and the Arab world. Some of the most pressing challenges that we should tackle today includes global conflicts, supply chain issues, disrupted food and energy market, and high inflation. We see adaptation and innovation should be included in businesses for survival. Furthermore, environmental sustainability and renewable energy should be at the forefront of the agenda of all stakeholders. Especially companies should transform their businesses, and this includes increasing energy efficiency in the operations and integrating environmental, social, and governance (ESG) targets, as well as exploring projects and initiatives within the sustainability fields. This is not crucial to our future survival only, but also provides opportunities for increased economic activities and innovation among the private sector. Distinguished guests, this summit is an opportunity for us to explore these issues and to discuss potential solutions and policies and prioritize these policies to create these solutions. Our agenda today includes discussions on food security and the finance industry and e-commerce, artificial intelligence, environmental sustainability, entrepreneurship, and more. The purpose of our gathering is to align our vision to these topics and to achieve mutual economic gains. Well, the fourth round of negotiations for free trade agreement, FTA, between the UK and the GCC took place between 17th and 28th of July of this year. We are optimistic that this agreement will allow the GCC countries to further bolster trade and investment with the UK and to grow our various economies. The Arab world is currently going through fast-paced changes and developments that are driven by economic diversification strategies. There is a strong focus on major infrastructure projects, digital transformation, and sustainability. Moreover, the UK has a highly advanced and diversified economy, and it is considered a strategic partner to the Arab world. As such, there are exciting opportunities for collaboration between Arab countries and the UK. We hope that today's summit will allow us to build on our existing ties and boost our growth and development, and to meet our joint aspiration. Before I conclude, gentlemen, I have something to say regarding what's happening in the Arab world. I say that prosperity cannot exist without stability. And what we see in our eyes today with Palestine, no human on this earth will accept this to happen to him. I think it's enough, 78 years of misery with the Palestinian people that's taking place. 78 years is more than enough. The apartheid, the ethnic cleansing, the, what should I say? It's heart-paining to see this. The children that are being killed, more than 70% of those that were killed in Gaza are women, children, infants. When is this cycle of violence is going to stop? It's about time that we, businessmen, British, Arab, and everyone, should speak up and influence their governments to create a solution. I don't know how can we see ourselves as humans and we just move with our days every day, and every day there are people being dead. I don't know how can anybody sleep seeing these images in the television. And I'm really sorry, Baroness, the main media has been misrepresenting the real truth, what's happening on Earth. And I think a solution should be taking place, and it's high time that the conflicting parties should sit down and find a permanent solution, and as soon as possible. And before that, open the gates for the food. Let people have food, water, electricity. You cannot just keep quiet like that. And I say, Viva Palestine. Thank you.
Well, Your Excellency, thank you very much for your speech. I'm sure that there is an enormous amount
of feeling and sympathy in this room and elsewhere for all the suffering that is, and as you rightly say, so much of it involving very young children and women. I can't help agreeing with you that solutions have got to be found, and found quickly, to stop this suffering. So thank you for what you've said. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to an award which we were hoping to give to Sheikh Khalifa and ask him to give a speech. But unfortunately, he is not able to be with us today. So I'm going to ask Saleh Al-Sharki if he would be kind enough to come to the stage to take the award on behalf of his friend and colleague. Is Mr. Al-Sharki here to receive the award? I hope so. I think at this point, would you like to say a few words? You don't want to? Okay. I think at this point, again, I would like to ask Abdul Salam to come and organise the next bit of this conference. Now, where is Abdul Salam? You're here? Hooray, Rebecca and you. Well, two for the price of one. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul Salam. Thank you, Baroness, my lords, distinguished guests. Fantastic, rousing, impactful speeches that we've had this morning. So thank you, one and all. Shukran jazilan. We're moving swiftly on, in the essence of time, to our first panel discussion. And I would like to invite to the stage in just a moment our chair. The topic is securing the future of water, food and health with countries in, please, gentlemen and Baroness, countries in the region really intensifying their efforts towards food security for the greater health and wellness of their nations. We look to the potential investment, the fund flows, the innovation that must come to facilitate that happening. And so above the hubbub, I welcome to the podium our panel's chair, His Excellency Dr. Khalid Hanafi, the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers. Please welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, please do remain in the room. We have the panel discussion coming straight up. If I can please invite all of the chairs to join me and the moderators. I call upon His Excellency Dr. Chris Nunes from Macwood Tea, if he could please make his way to the stage. Also, Quincy Kaysen, the Operations and Business Development Director of the Liverpool City Region Freeport. If you could also make your way to the stage, please. Next, we have Dr. Peter Thomas. He is the Director of Digital Medicine at Moorfields Private Eye Hospital. Please, please, gentlemen, take a seat. The stage is yours. And again, our chair, Dr. Khalid Hanafi, the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers. And again, I call upon Quincy Kaysen, the Operations and Business Development Director of the Liverpool City Region Port. Everybody becoming acquainted. And again, we're looking at potential solutions and opportunities that exist in this space when it comes to securing the future of water, food and health. We know that innovation and investment has been ramped up a lot in recent times. So where do we go from here?
It's my pleasure. Hi, how are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Thank you.
It's GIS together. So I've kind of been...
الراجل اللي جنبي هو أي حد يكون missing. Okay. Good morning. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it gives me a great pleasure to be here today in the third summit. I remember the first one, which was just before the pandemic. And I congratulate actually the Arab British Chamber for sustaining this important summit that links the Arab business community to the British counterparts. This session, the current session, is addressing an important issue which is related to food security, generally speaking, water scarcity, and health. So these topics are really important. And our discussion, I think, with our panelists will be focused more on how can we make links, bridges between the British business people, technology, and the Arab counterparts in these areas, taking into consideration that in the Arab region, as we know, we are witnessing growing population reaches around 1.7% annually. And this growth in the size of population meets a scarcity of water. So if we are going to take this into consideration, we are going to discover that there is a challenge, a great challenge regarding agriculture in general, and accordingly regarding the food security file. So these challenges, if we consider the global challenges as well, like the war in Ukraine, like the pandemic, like inflation, this compounds the issue and requires a great solutions for this. Of course, this leads to the management of water and the health. I will start now by the first panelist, Dr. Kress, to start his discussion regarding this matter. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be asked to share a few thoughts here today on this very interesting panel concerning food security, health security, water security, and energy security. Just to give you a brief background, I'm a doctor of medicine. I've been in academia as well as in postgraduate medicine. I also chair our family company, the Mackwoods Group, which started back in 1841. We're celebrating, I think, our 183rd year. I'm also a former diplomat. I was the former High Commissioner to the UK. And I've also been very much involved with Commonwealth, so looking at how to bridge the gap between developing and developed countries. Now, when people talk about health security, for example, obviously it's a growth industry. The first thing that springs to mind, of course, is AI, because everyone's focusing on how to develop more and more iterative algorithms to mimic the brain synapses and to be able to integrate that into healthcare. But I'd just like to take you to a personal journey I had and share a few thoughts with you. Now, this is back in 1989. I've shown here chromosomes, which are, as you know, the blueprint of the body. And this is illustrated. The DNA double helix is illustrated here. And this, back in 89, when I was doing a research degree between medicine, I chose to do a genetic project. What it involved was looking at the DNA, which is the blueprint of the body. As you can see, the chromosomes, we look at the double helix. And the technique we were doing was called, actually used an enzyme called Thermus aquaticus polymerase. And what it did was a three-step process, very simple. It separated the DNA strands. You then attach primers to the DNA strands and then make multiple copies of it. And what you do is, when you do it, after about 30 cycles, exponentially, you can have multiple million copies of this DNA. So it's a way of amplifying DNA using this technique. And a lot of my colleagues, as well as my ex-bosses, said, well, why have you chosen to do a project with these silly little enzymes? This was back in 1989. They said, why don't you do something sensible like sickle cell anemia or cardiomyopathy? But I said, well, it's cutting edge, and I'm fascinated by the power of genetics in healthcare, and who knows, it might be useful in the future. Now, this technique had only been discovered
a year before, in 1988. Now, this technique is actually called the polymerase chain reaction, otherwise known as PCR. So I know all of you today would have heard of the PCR because of the pandemic, but 30 years ago it was unheard of and people scoffed at the idea. So the whole idea, the purpose of telling you about this is because I think as we look at collaboration, whether in business, whether in healthcare, whether in health security or energy security, always be open to the smallest of ideas, because you never know, they might become big in the future. And small is beautiful. So as we are all here to collaborate, but let's look at even the tiniest of ideas, just like the PCR back in '89 when I decided to work on it. People scoffed at it, but today everyone talks about PCR. Now the second point, if I may go back to this, at the end of this degree, when they were giving out the prizes, and I managed to just about get a first class, and then when the professor was presenting the prize to me, he said, look, we warmly congratulate you on this, but let me tell you how it was when you first came to the interview. He said, when we were interviewing your colleagues and we asked them, why do you want to do a cutting-edge genetic project for health security, they gave eminently suitable answers. They talked about sickle cell anemia, they talked about trying to clone the cystic fibrosis gene. But when you came along, they were pointing to me, when you came along and we said, why do you want to do a genetics project at this stage? You started talking about how to solve the world's food problems and growing bigger potatoes. And they said, quite honestly, boy, we thought you'd come to the wrong interview. But we knew there was something in there. So that highlights my second point about food. They said you started talking about food security and trying to address poverty throughout the world. So the second point I'm trying to make as we all try and collaborate is, whatever collaborative project we embark on, let's do it to achieve the maximum impact for the greatest number of people. Whilst we do it to enhance our countries, let's do it to be able to address the vulnerable and marginalized in society. That is really the ultimate aim. And now we go on to plantations. It's another area we've been involved with. We've been involved with plantation management for over 150 years. And plantations are a great way to address the food security problem because they, as you know, they absorb carbon dioxide through photosynthesis, and the soil soaks up organic carbon. And deriving from plantations, the Macwoods Group also does tea. And why has it had a resurgence in recent years? Well, because of the COVID pandemic. When all of us were sitting isolated by our computers for 2 years, what people were doing was trying to see how can we boost our immunity? How can we have something against or ameliorate the coronavirus? And one area of doing it is by specifying and actually addressing particular targets on the coronavirus gene. And what people have realized is that tea, both black and green tea, is very rich in free radical scavengers. Now, what are free radical scavengers? Well, when a disease or when an invader invades the body, it sets off little free radicals which cause the damage. Now, tea, like vitamin C, is a free radical scavenger and it mops up the free radicals. So that is why there's been a great resurgence for immunity and for health security in ideas in things like tea. And of course, we do particular specific connoisseurs blends of those teas. I think it's a great health drink. And here we have one of the greatest proponents of healthy lifestyles and environmental sustainability. This is His Majesty King Charles. This was 10 years ago, taken when he visited us. And there you see the then Prince of Wales tasting, analyzing and tasting some of our connoisseurs teas all those years ago. And it's really interesting that just a few days ago, on his 75th birthday, His Majesty launched the Food Project, also to address food security and insecurity issues. So he's been streets ahead of the game in terms of environmental and social and health sustainability. And I've been proud to serve on one of his charities, which addresses issues like this. And now we go on to energy security. It's an area we've also been, it's the idea is uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. We also are looking and are involved with both hydropower projects and solar power projects because therein lies the opportunity. Now, finally, you would have heard a few days ago, coming back to healthcare, when I spoke about sickle cell, maybe I should have done the sickle cell project, because only last month, British institutes managed to come up with a answer using gene editing tool for sickle cell anemia. And this is very much a world's first. So it just goes to show how collaborative projects can lead to great ideas. So I hope in my last few minutes that I've covered the areas that we are interested in, both from our company perspective, but also me as a doctor of medicine. Our interests are health security, energy security, food security, real estate, and of course, tea. But if you look at the Arab-UK partnerships, there are so many wonderful partnerships that are taking place. I've given you just a few ideas, like the Oman Hospital project between the UK and Oman, the UAE acquisition of Circle Health by Pure Health of UAE, the ongoing UK-GCC trade negotiations, the university hospitals in Jordan, the IPGMTS collaboration with Saudi Arabia, and the software projects on electronic medical records with Qatar. So there are many opportunities, and the UK-Bahrain strategic partnership. So there are many opportunities for us to collaborate. And I think the reason all of us are here, all of you and all of us, is we all are here to be able to contribute something and join and collaborate. And it brings me to when a journalist was asking Mother Teresa of Calcutta, who was dealing with the lepers and the marginalized, he asked her, but all these things you're doing, isn't it just a drop in the ocean? And she said, well, yes, but the ocean would be less without my drop. And all of you are here, all of us are here to contribute, each of us, in our little way, to the great ocean of goodwill. And I think as I end my slide, I'd just like to say that it is imperative upon all of us. We may think that we're only doing one little drop, but each of us, with our drop, can contribute to the ocean and ensure that everyone in the world, especially the marginalized, the underprivileged, the poverty-stricken, the oppressed, that everyone today should have the security of food, the security of energy, the security of water, and the security of health. And on that line, it is incumbent upon all of us to contribute each of our little drops towards the reservoir of goodwill to ensure that every single person in the world, particularly the marginalized and the vulnerable, are recipients of this. And on that note, I'd like to say, I hope with these last few thoughts I've shared that some of you may feel I've done my little drop for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Chris. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, time is of the essence, so I'm going to be a very strict taskmaster. Just a few minutes each, please, for your presentations. We must wrap at 35 minutes past. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chris, for small is beautiful and possible as well, and the challenges that you raised regarding all the items which are the food security, the health security, the energy security, and the innovation in the agri-tech, which is really needed in our region, in the Arab countries, especially when we know to what extent we are suffering from water scarcity in the region. Now we are going to switch to the next speaker, which is actually going to discuss the same issues as well. Dr. Peter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we may have the wrong slides on the. Oh, perfect. That's the right slides. Yeah. Many thanks for the invitation to speak today. So my name is Peter Thomas. I'm by background a consultant paediatric eye surgeon, but I'm one of the doctors who works on digital transformation of Moorfields Eye Hospital. And for reference, we're one of the biggest providers of eye hospitals in the world. We do about 800,000 encounters per year across a network of state and private hospitals in the UK and UAE. So this is my favourite picture of me in clinic because it's very unusual because the baby isn't crying. Usually the first thing a baby does when they see an eye doctor is cry, but it shows you what the traditional model of eye care has been like. It's been a consultant on one side of the picture and the patient on the other side of the picture and a microphone in between. And that causes us, I mean, it's a very good way of providing care because it brings expertise straight to the patient, but it causes us problems because that means that the patient and the equipment and the doctor all have to be in the same place at the same time. And as you want to scale that, as you want to address inequalities globally in terms of providing healthcare, that need for everything to be in the same place at the same time becomes problematic. We've been working on alternative models of providing care for the past few years, and this was back in September 2019, a very well-timed pilot, actually, showing the first ever microscopic examination of an eye, performed at a distance. That's me with that same microscope from the last picture in the rain outside of Moorfields, having my eye examined by the same microscope, and a mobile telephone which is streaming the microscopic images of my eye during examination at 4K resolution in real time to my friend and colleague Ian Livingston up on the stage in Edinburgh, who was commentating on the appearance of my eye. When COVID came along, we scaled these services. We've now given almost 100,000 appointments in this way. Annually, that saves our patients the equivalent of traveling twice to the moon and back. We save our patients about 6 years of life that they don't spend in cars and on trains coming into their appointments. About 11 times the average salary we save our patients in train tickets and taxi fares. And for the environment, about 51 tons of carbon dioxide per year from this one service model alone. As technology develops and people get more and more impressive consumer hardware in their houses, we find that these are increasingly applicable as clinical-grade tools as well. This is a virtual reality headset. You can see my first prototype from 2014 at the top left and our most recent one in the middle at the top. And what it's allowing us to do is just using typical hardware that many people have at home, particularly with a new generation of VR headsets that are coming out this year that are tracking eyes, allowing us to do things like measure and diagnose misalignment of the eyes at a distance. So, for example, if you have a child or you are self-treated for a squint where the eyes turn inwards or outwards, we can now measure this with clinical-grade precision using very cheap consumer-grade hardware and potentially do that at a distance. There are some things with the eyes that we can't do with a patient at home. So, for example, very expensive imaging of the back of the eye. And for that, we're diversifying our models of how we can bring the patients into contact with those machines. A couple of photographs there. Moorfields at Hoxton, that's in a warehouse. There's no clinicians on site. It's just patients, machines, and technicians. And the Brent Cross Shopping Centre, we took over an old branch of New Look. For those of you not familiar, that's a clothing company. They closed down. We took over their site, filled it full of machines, and we get through many thousands of patients per month in that. It allows us to take clinical-grade images and then provide the Moorfields expertise at a distance where we can assess those images and diagnose and manage the patient. This creates us an issue where we potentially will have a vast number of patients coming to a vast number of different sites. So a lot of the work we're engaged in at the moment is working out what the best way to utilize a network of sites is so that patients can have images of their eye taken in their local optometry practices like Specsavers, and then Moorfields can have a look at those at a distance, so providing our world-leading eye care without patients necessarily having to be anywhere near us. So my last slide now, this is just some of the work we're doing on artificial intelligence. Moorfields is a real leader in medical artificial intelligence, particularly in eye care, unsurprisingly. On the right is the sort of the research trial that kicked it all off, which published in 2018, and that was us showing that scans of the eyes, we could develop artificial intelligence with our collaborators at Google DeepMind that was equivalent to the performance of our best professors, and we keep on finding surprising capabilities. So the most recent bit of publicity we had on this was back in August, when we published our findings, that we were able to take these scans of the eyes, which are collected in high street optometry practices all over the country, and we could start to detect the presence of Parkinson's disease 7 years before a clinical onset. So that's the kind of thing that we're dealing with here, and why eye care will be increasingly important as we go forwards, not just for management of eye disease, but also for management of the patient's health in general. I'll leave you with this summary. Conscious of short on time, so I won't talk anymore. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much, Dr. Peter Thomas. And now we'll move to the last speaker today, in this session, Mr. Quincy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and all protocols observed. Thank you, ABS 20 23 for hosting us for this great event, and for the powerful speeches that we heard earlier today. Thoughts for all those affected in the Arab region. So I'm going to put this slide up. And normally you think of one place and maybe the best football team in the world, but we don't want the panel discussion to last over 4.2 minutes, which is probably all I've got. So we'll have the discussion later on. My name is Quincy Quayson. I'm the Operations and Business Development Director for Liverpool City Region. From Liverpool, if you can tell from my accent, but based in Dubai, and I've been based there for 7 years, so familiar with both sides of the discussion today. The reason why we're here is to talk about Liverpool City Region Freeport, and as an enabler, as one of the 12 freeports within the UK, to help with innovation and help with growth within the UK and within opportunities to support trade and investment for both the Arab world and the UK. So what is a freeport, and why was I putting up the Liverpool slide, and is Liverpool not just about football? Well, Liverpool is one of 12 UK freeports. Freeport is like a free zone, which you may be familiar with in other parts of the world, and it's a 45-kilometer zone, providing incentives around customs, tax, and planning permission. And why is that important? Well, it helps stimulate growth, helps stimulate innovation, which I'll talk about a bit shortly after. At its core, the Freeport has three main objectives. It's a national hub for trade and investment, to provide the hotbed for innovation, which we'll touch on, and promoting regeneration for high-skilled jobs and job creation. So really the discussion, what we've been talking about in this panel, is around the innovation piece in order to protect and sustain healthcare, as well as the food and water, as our colleagues discussed before. I'm going through these slides quickly, but hopefully you'll have time to visit our stand on slide 5. But these provide some of the benefits that the Freeport offers in terms of tax and customs benefits. And what this does is enables the companies that are invested within the UK to incentivize them to invest, but also to reduce the duties and burdens that they may have to trade with countries in the Middle East as well. So we'll come, and please feel free to come downstairs and have a discussion with us and the panel for the Liverpool City Region and UK Freeports to discuss more about benefits and how the benefits may suit you and your businesses. But it's really to enable companies and organizations to save, to invest in growth and innovation that will be able to change their futures. One of the sites that is set up is a custom site operator that enables trade, and it really is an example of a company that has reduced its amount of business cost and has helped other businesses trade with other businesses around the world. It's called SSO Logistics. They're a custom site operator within Liverpool Freeport, and I do implore you to visit their site as well and share and see some of the sharings that they've had in terms of food security and how they've helped with increased trade from the food perspective. From a Liverpool City Region perspective, I go back to another famous Liverpool photo. And yes, we have a famous history and music, but we do more than music. And beyond the Beatles, we did a lot of investments within innovation and within the healthcare sector. This slide is intentionally busy just to show the amount of activity and the amount of engagement and assets in the Liverpool City Region in the health and life sciences space. So our key and core areas of growth are advanced manufacturing, health and life sciences, and digital and creative. If we talk about health and innovation, it's a prime area with prime assets, resources, universities, capabilities to further grow the opportunity for sustainability of healthcare within the UK, internationally, and to trade and provide opportunities that we can export. I'll pause there because I know there's a lot of rustling and we only had 4 minutes or so, but please feel free to come over to the stand and of 5, I believe, downstairs. Have a discussion, see if there's an opportunity for your businesses to stimulate innovation and growth within the city region. And we'd be more than happy to talk about some of the assets like the vaccine centres, the School of Tropical Medicine, etc. Welcome to have the discussion. So I hope you have a brilliant rest of the event. And again, welcome again to Liverpool City Region if you have the opportunity to go. And we'll have a debate on football later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think that we are very punctual to the time and addressing the topic precisely in a very short way, but actually addressing the idea. And downstairs, I think we can have more information regarding things. Thank you very much.
Fantastic timing skills from the beautiful game, of course, to the Beatles, ladies and gentlemen. My esteemed panelists, please thank them once again for their contribution this morning. And with so much food for thought, it's time for small things, like you said, Dr. Chris. We'll have some coffee, but please bring it straight back into the room. We will start our next session immediately afterwards. And just in case you hear a fire alarm sounding, it's not me being strict with the time. It is indeed a fire alarm, but it's just a practice. So don't be alarmed. Do rejoin me, and I'll see you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Thank you. Excellencies, dignitaries, lords, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed the networking and the fantastic date cake. Or was that just backstage here? Fantastic carrot cake too. Much more time for networking and discussion later on during the lunch break, but for now we're going to dive straight into our next panel discussion. The topic is the evolution of banking, finance and insurance. As we know, technology is having a transformative effect on the traditional and the non-traditional world of finance, not least Islamic banking as well. We're going to look at the scope for greater Arab-British cooperation against the backdrop of rising consumer demands and expectations and rapidly evolving AI and next-gen technology. So what are the opportunities? Where do we go from here? The panel with all of the answers are seated next to me here. So without further ado, let me introduce your chair to you. He is Simon Penny, the head of the Middle East at GemCorp Capital. Please give him a very warm welcome. Simon.
Super, thank you very much indeed. And I think we've got a slightly shortened programme. So I would just actually, out of courtesy for our speakers, if I could ask people to sort of keep their voices down so that others can hear what is said. But I have to say, firstly, it's an honour for me to be standing up here today. And I'm delighted, actually, very recently to be nominated to the board of the Arab-British Chamber of Commerce. And it's a mandate that I feel very passionately about, having spent a large part of my career in banking before taking over the last 5 years, actually, as His Majesty's Trade Commissioner for this very exciting region. And one thing that I have seen a lot over my 5 years, in particular as Trade Commissioner, was the impact of fintech on the region, but also the explosion in growth of professional services. And I know one of the things that we focused a lot on was helping UK fintechs identify opportunities in the region, identify partners, and most importantly, connect people together, because the UK genuinely is a powerhouse when it comes to financial services. And in fact, Citi UK reported only this year that the UK is the world's leading net exporter of financial services globally, ahead of the United States of America. And financial services are, as I say, a key strength. And as I know from my time, we need to connect better. So what we have pulled together today is a panel of individuals who will share their thoughts and insights, as was just mentioned, about where we see the world of financial services, fintech, insurance going, and importantly, how we can align better and connect better the UK with all of the countries of the Arab world. I won't say any more words myself now, because what I would like to do, and I know all of you are here to hear the panel, so what I'll do, if I can introduce our first speaker, Siobhan Haviland, who is the Director General of became the Director General, I should say, of the British Chamber of Commerce in 2021. She joined BCC from the UK's Cabinet Office, where she led business partnerships. Siobhan started her career in consulting before moving to the Walt Disney Company and then to the agency world, running global accounts for Millward Brown, Mindshare and WPP. With that, Siobhan, if I could hand over to you, and look forward to hearing your words. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, and I'm delighted to be here. I'm going to talk to you a little more generally about the importance of global trade, both goods and services. I think it's very a good moment to recognise that when people talk about trade, they often think about goods, but the services that we provide across our nations, in not just financial services, but many others, are crucial to that. So the British Chambers of Commerce has been around more than 160 years. We have incredible experience of trade in a huge overseas dynamic network, 53 UK accredited chambers covering every region and nation, and now 75 and counting British international chambers around the world, creating platforms for business to shape the economy for the better. During my tenure as Director General, I have overseen the growth of our international network, and alongside that, of course, our international trade programme. Our 53 chambers across the UK are there as homes for you when you arrive into this country. They are incredibly embedded into their local communities, with their local government, and nationally we have a presence with our national government as well as the media, and more recently our new business council. So truly a unique business representative body for both trade and inward investment. And of course, we are very proud of our British chambers around the world, including the Arab British Chamber of Commerce, without whom we wouldn't be here today. So when we talk about the Chambers of Commerce in the UK and across the world, it is about uplifting business and encouraging trade and investment. I know from speaking to stakeholders across the UK government, Department for Business and Trade, that they are moving at lightning speed to secure the free trade agreement between the 6 countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, among the many other FTAs they are working on. This agreement with Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the UAE is expected to increase trade by at least 16% and 1.6 billion a year to the UK economy. And of course, while the GCC don't speak for the whole of the Middle East or the Arab world, it is a significant step in strengthening Arab-British cooperation. It is clear that for the UK, as we continue to find our path outside the EU, that the demands from consumers across the Arab world for services and goods in the UK is increasing. I was with one of our chambers in the south of England very recently, and when I asked the business members which countries in the world they were trading with most at that moment, the Middle East was number 1. In the UK, about 10% of UK businesses trade. 60% of chamber members trade. And that is because, and we've been hearing about it today, there are 4 key things that businesses need when they're thinking about trading. First, they need to understand where the opportunities are. They then need to know that they have the right documentation, the right paperwork to make that happen. And of course, a partner in those places for a soft landing, as well as the access to the finance that they need both to move goods, but to grow their businesses. So for many of our members, when they think about the future of trade and investment, they look to our friends and partners across the Arab world. And we are hearing constantly from our British chambers in Morocco, Qatar, Dubai and Abu Dhabi that they are seeing firsthand that rapid increase in interest and outreach in trade. Of course, I shall also take this opportunity to give a shout out to our great British investors who we truly believe are unique in the world in their responsibility and care. They take great pride in the communities they invest in, employing locally, investing in local health services and welfare for their employees. At the BCC, we conduct regular research through our business networks. In the UK, we run the Quarterly Economic Survey. It's the UK's largest private sector survey, 5,000 businesses a quarter. It's been running for 30 years, used by the Chancellor, the Governor of the Bank of England, the IMF. Interestingly, direct result of Brexit, where businesses honestly didn't really think of themselves as exporters, and of course now with new customs declarations, with the new rules to comply with, they have found that challenging. But actually, we also have seen it as an opportunity because the situation has meant that now firms have got used to customs procedures. They are turning their mind to the rest of the world as an opportunity and new markets, which I think we may call the law of unintended consequences. But we are actively working with our partners in the International Chambers of Commerce based in Paris. In fact, I'm off there this afternoon for the World Chambers Federation General Council, where you can see firsthand the incredible global national networks of chambers and their businesses. And we are trying to move the system very much towards a digital trading system. And the financial underpinning of that is going to be crucial, which you will hear from our panel on later. And that's about cutting down paperwork. It's about reducing customs barriers and encouraging trade. So what we have found in our research is that to go into new markets, you really need that reliable partner. You really need someone who can hold your hand. And also, actually, through the Chamber Network, find a business who's already moved into that market. And that is where the Chambers come in, practical business support for you to make that move. So, in summary, our Arab-British cooperation, as today shows, is of fundamental importance to countless businesses and firms in the UK and the wider Arab world. Ultimately, Chambers of Commerce know better than anyone that cooperation on economic development, through financial services, through the movement of goods and services, and by working together, brings down those trade barriers, those barriers to investment, and that can bring to us all mutual benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Siobhan. I'd now like to introduce you to Jed Merabit. Jed has been an attorney at the Bar of Tunis since 2005 and a managing partner at the law firm Merabit Advocates. He is responsible in Tunisia as well as the MENA region for expanding the law firm, as he has dual training in French and Tunisian law. Besides his distinguished career, Mr. Merabit is the president of the Tunisian British Chamber of Commerce. He is also an active member of multiple business chambers, such as the Tunisian Italian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Tunisian French Chamber of Commerce. Jed, you're most welcome. Thank you.
First, thank you very much for the perfect pronunciation of my name. Your Excellencies, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm truly honored to stand before you today at the third edition of the Arab-British Economic Summit, hosted by the Arab-British Chamber of Commerce here in the vibrant city of London. And here I take the opportunity to thank the Baroness Simons, Bandar Rida, the CEO, and Secretary General of the ABCC. The summit serves as a testament to the enduring spirit of collaboration between our two regions, fostering economic growth and innovation. As we gather here, it is imperative to reflect on the remarkable evolution of the finance world. Over the years, we have witnessed unprecedented transformations from traditional banking to the advent of digital finance. In fact, this evolution has been marked by advancements in technology, change in consumer behavior, and ongoing pursuit of efficiency. In this dynamic landscape, we cannot overlook the rising influence of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies, led by the pioneering example of Bitcoin, have disrupted traditional financial paradigms. They offer decentralized, borderless, and transparent transactions, challenging the status quo and providing new avenues for financial inclusion. The intersection of the Arab and British economies presents a unique opportunity to explore the role of cryptocurrencies in fostering cross-border trade and investment. Blockchain, the underlying technology of cryptocurrencies, may hold the potential to revolutionize supply chains, simplify transactions, and enhance security. However, as we embrace the promise of this digital frontier, it is essential to navigate carefully. Regulatory frameworks must evolve to ensure the stability and integrity of financial systems. Collaboration between governments, businesses, and financial institutions is essential to have the right balance between innovation and security. In the spirit of cooperation, let us explore avenues for joint ventures and partnerships that leverage the transformative power of fintech. The Arab-British Economic Summit serves as a platform to facilitate these discussions, fostering an environment where ideas can flourish and partnerships can thrive. In conclusion, as we embark on this journey of economic collaboration, let us be mindful of the evolving financial landscape. Together, we can harness the potential of innovation to drive sustainable growth, strengthen economic ties, and build a legacy of prosperity for generations to come. Thanks for your attention, and may this summit be a catalyst for transformative change in our economic landscape. Thanks again.
Thank you very much indeed, Jed. I'd now like to introduce you to Alexandra Draskovic. Alexandra was appointed a senior advisor in the Secretariat General of the Government of Montenegro in 2006. After founding a real estate agency, Montenegro Properties, she participated at many renowned expos together with the Montenegrin government investment promotion agency to promote investments in Montenegro, and represented Montenegro at Expo 2020 in Dubai. Alexandra brings over 18 years of experience and expertise in the real estate sector. Alexandra, thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Simon. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here today, and it gives me great pleasure, both personally and as a CEO of Montenegro Properties, as a member of our British Chamber of Commerce, to be with you today. Markets were typically predictable, with a cyclical pattern for decades. Cycles that were 10 years or even more now are as little as 2 or 3 years, with the change being the only constant in markets. Many argue that we are at a defining moment in history today. Global instability is affecting all world markets. Meanwhile, the world has not returned fully to pre-pandemic norms and arguably is struggling to reach a consensus on how today's society should live and work. The world is changing in fundamental ways and our needs accordingly. So the question is, are we ready? COVID-19 pandemic changed our world, catalyzing trends towards hybrid working, online retail, and digital communication, all driven by artificial intelligence technology. But there is a new pandemic, a silent one, which we are experiencing today, and this is financial literacy. Financial service industry is undergoing a paradigm shift. So emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, combined with ever-changing customer expectations and preferences, are redefining how financial institutions deliver their services. KPMG research shows that while financial institutions recognize that financial technology is a substantial disruptor, no single path has emerged to define how companies should approach financial technologies. So again, question, are we ready? I would like to focus today on demographic shifts. So demography is a destiny, said French philosopher Auguste Comte, implying structure of a population that will influence the future. We are entering a decade of seismic demographic change. And the Generation Z, which was born between late 1990s and 2012, is coming of age. So they are born in digital age and they are the first true digital natives. Generation Z has learned to think, learn and communicate in an environment which is defined by a wireless internet all-presence, wholesale technology integration, infinite content and immediacy. They're totally plugged in, wherever, whether through social media, search engines or instant messaging to each other, as well as an infinite array of answers to any question at any time. Regarding the silent pandemic I mentioned a few minutes ago, financial literacy. So while we have to work on improving the financial literacy of all the adults on one hand, we have, we have the technical savviness of Generation Z. So Generation Z is coming of age and has become the largest generation on earth. Entire industries and businesses will rise and fall in the wake of Generation Z. Yet a few industries are ready, if any. So again, question, are we ready? Understanding what matters to Generation Z will be critical to the success of the companies. Generation Z is an emerging battleground for growth of financial services. The generation I mentioned and their predecessors, millennials, will soon come to power and will make dramatic changes with a more profound and real focus on the planet. And as spending power of millennials and Generation Z increases, they become the more influential consumers. The combination of high demand for financial technology and mobile services together with large, young and increasingly wealthy population make the financial system ripe for continued disruption. So we are now experiencing the brave new financial world. And many organizations, whether banks or financing institutions, should think outside the box. Among those surveys, 73% of millennials said that they would be more receptive to financial services from technical companies such as Google, Apple, or PayPal than their current bank. There are two very important moments when it comes to this. First, Generation Z want immediacy and an effortless user experience. Also, their attention span, according to some researchers, is no longer than 8 seconds. Having this in mind, every organization should think about forging or maybe creating integration of new financial feature within itself, or maybe merging financial services together, making an integration, for example, bank assurance, banking and insurance together. In order to embrace the fintech to evolve and grow, companies should create stronger cooperation and partnership. For example, National Bank, Australia Bank and realestate.com, it's a strategic mortgage brokering partnership in order to create an end-to-end digital property search and financing experience for customers. In constantly evolving fintech environment, Effective partnership can be established with different organizations, from fintech startups and technology giants to companies in different industries, to actual business competitors. Leading companies look beyond traditional boundaries to form partnerships, forging alliances with companies well beyond their own sector in order to leverage insights, solutions, and opportunities. There's a shift from supply-centric to demand-centric. So organizations should be customer-centric and focus on customer first, using customer demand and challenges to drive technology innovation from outside in, rather than inside out. Consumers expect more from their financial services providers. Many customers want financial institutions that are able to respond quickly to their needs with products which are tailor-made to them. So there are two crucial points: doing all operations quickly and making a service which is personalized, tailor-made. Since I come from real estate and the topic of the summit is sustaining an emerging vision, and the topic of this session is evolution on banking, financing, and insurance. Okay, so this is all connected, so I cannot but mention real estate and the future of real estate. So very similar to all the other sectors and industries, the rise of Generation Z has immense implication for real estate as well. The most in-demand hubs are changing, and the mix of uses for real estate evolves and becomes more fluid. All of this is happening in a post-pandemic context. When I say mix of uses for real estate, I actually think about mixed-use schemes and communities, which would be kind of one-stop shop with all the amenities, but not traditional one-stop shop. It's a one-stop shop with adopted financial technologies, with online, anytime, and tailor-made to each client, which are personalized. So mixed-use buildings which combine residential, commercial, and social function could help maximize the space and use most of it. Drawn to cities and less inclined to drive a car, out of concerns for the environment, Generation Z may provide a tipping point for 15-minute cities. What does it mean? Where everything they need is within 15 minutes, environmentally friendly community. To appeal to this cohort, property managers need to be environmentally aware and offer seamless online services that are, again, tailor-made, personalized. Congested cities, flexible working arrangements, sophisticated communication tools, and the blurring between work and leisure mean that people are changing their daily behaviors. Mixed-use facilities can complement those behaviors, enabling people to work where they live and socialize on their doorstep. People are, at heart, are social creatures, and gathering at these multi-purpose locations feeds the desire to live, work, play together. In response, real estate developers may move to more hospitality-type business models. That means ensuring tenants have flexible space in their buildings, which offer workstations, meeting rooms, wellness centers, childcare, event space, and living quarters, and all under one roof. So I come from Montenegro. This is an emerging market, and since the number of digital nomads rises and reached 1.2 billion, I think, today, I think, and we have a large number of digital nomads in Montenegro, and the reasons why. Why should someone invest in Montenegro, and why it's a nice location for digital nomads? Well, first of all, it's safe and stable. In the largest economic turmoil times, it's preserved its safety and stability. It has the biggest advantage, comparative advantage of my country, the country I come from, is its beautiful nature, breathtaking. And we use euro as a currency. We have amazing lifestyle, just 2 hours driving from the sea and the mountains, and definitely huge potential to be unlocked. So please visit our stand number 23, and thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Alexandra. And our final speaker is Mr. Hisham Maouni. Hisham has more than 18 years' experience in international financial markets, with a strong focus on the MENA region and sub-Saharan Africa. His extensive experience in the corporate and investment banking sphere comprises several roles in various business areas, such as treasury and capital markets, corporate banking, project finance, and structured trade commodity finance. Hisham is heading the global business at Bank of Africa, United Kingdom, a specialist bank linking international finance with the growing opportunities in Africa. Hisham, thank you.
So thank you for inviting us for this great event and for the organization. I think we, for the future of banking, of the banking industry, my fellow panelists already mentioned the digital importance of digital aspects. So I will maybe focus on the regional importance of having a specialized bank in the areas to bolster and improve the trades between the regions. So and the digital aspects also are very important for enabling economies to leapfrog in some areas, like for example, in Bank of Africa we have in providing our clients in Africa with digital platforms and mobile apps. So this digital and technology advancement are enabling regions to catch up and improve the banking services they provide to their customers. So the question of future of banking can't be apprehended only by the technological aspects. I think there are some areas of expertise in different regions. So I strongly believe a group and a knowledge of the specific region is very important to enhance the trade between the different aspects. So I can maybe speak about how it can be possible, for example, for a banking group like us, in terms of developing into African markets, was possible with, for example, a financial hub that is a gateway for investors into Africa, which is CFC, which is Casablanca Financial City, for example, and this. Casablanca Financial City is the Moroccan Pan-African International Financial City. It has more than 200 companies and covering 50 African countries. So it allows banks like our group to access the international markets and the African markets from one place. And also it wouldn't be possible, I mean, this expansion and this and enhancing the trade, again, and I'm insisting on that, without the local knowledge, and also growing internally. For example, Bank of Africa is a group of 15,000 employees with 30 billion asset in balance sheet. But the idea here is to say that we cannot grow internationally if we don't grow internally in the local market. So the financial sectors developed with the progress of the country. So the Kingdom of Morocco has been growing sustainably in the last 20 years with the strong reforms, economical reforms that helped the macroeconomics to grow, and it benefits to the whole ecosystem. So the country has more than 15 trade agreements with different countries, and that's again allowed the emergence of a strong financial sector. So I believe that the growth should be first in the domestic markets and then grow internationally. So the country is also an energy renewable leader with a huge potential position in EV supply chain, etc. So that's all these factors help these banking groups to grow internally and then expanding in more countries. So the banking sector now is present in more than 20 countries in Africa, and that's also helping to enhance the trade between the UK and African countries through a North African country which is positioning itself as a hub to the African markets. So I think it's very important. These aspects are very important. And yes, I think our experience as a group shows that it's very important to try to build a sustainable growth and first grow internally and engaging into international expansion. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we have some figures here, but yeah, maybe the countries of presence where we have now growing Africa in more than 20 countries will show exactly how a Moroccan banking group grew internally due to the strong macroeconomics of the country, and then expanded into Africa for the last 20 years, now with a presence in 32 countries, and as I said, with a customer base of more than 7 million customers. Thank you. And maybe we have one last slide showing just the countries where we have expanded lately. So we have a presence in West Africa, Eastern Africa, Central Africa. So again, the growth started locally within the country, and then expanding internationally. And that's, I think, the very important for the growth of the trade between the UK and Morocco and Africa in general. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed to our four panelists. I think in the interest of time, we don't have an opportunity for Q&A because I think we're going to be moving on swiftly to the next session. So thank you very much indeed for your time, and thank you to the panel. Thank you. Okay. That's it, yeah.
Thank you very much to Simon and his fantastic panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as they leave the stage and retake their seats, please give them another warm hand. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Moving swiftly on, we have another power-packed panel discussion for you. The topic this time is the growth of e-commerce, AI, and the UK GCC trade agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can respectfully ask you to take your seats. We are about to start our new panel discussion. Let me call upon the chair. He is Marco Frigione, and he is the Director General of Institute and Export and International Trade. He will be chairing this conversation, steering the discussion. We now welcome him as he introduces his esteemed panelists. Let me introduce the panelists to you whilst Marco makes his way to the stage. We have Mr. Andrew Elliott. He is the Managing Partner at Arishi. And we also have Major General Paul Nansen. He is the CEO at the London Strategy Centre. We also call upon Mr. Tom Wintle, the Chief Negotiator of the UK GCC Trade Agreement. And last but by no means least, we are on the hunt. If you see him on your travels, please let us know. Professor Dr. Dominic Palmer-Brown, the Principal at the Business School in England. Gentlemen, please make your way to the stage, where the panel will be discussing the growth of e-commerce, AI, and the UK GCC trade agreement. We're asking how the Middle East and North Africa has become such a bright spot, such an exciting place for e-commerce. I'm delighted to say that I have a guest with me here. It might be he and I. You never know your luck. Might have lots of questions from the floor indeed. But we're looking to drill down into what we can do better in terms of opportunities, partnership, collaboration, knowledge sharing. How do we reinforce what we already have, and where do we take it from here? I would encourage my guests again to make their way to the stage. I see them waiting in the wings. Please, gentlemen. And Marco will steer the conversation from here. I hand over to you. The floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Brilliant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Folks, good morning, and welcome to the session on e-commerce and AI, and also about the relationships between the UK and GCC. My name is Marco Forgione. I'm the Director General of the Institute of Export and International Trade. We are an independent, not-for-profit organisation established in 1935 with the express objective of enhancing, growing, evangelising the benefits for cross-border trade and international work. And it's clear that there's a real imperative for us to support and engage and grow cross-border trade, because all the evidence shows, all the research indicates that businesses which trade cross borders, businesses which trade internationally, are more sustainable, more resilient, employ more people, are more innovative, and most importantly, are most profitable. If we are to address the most significant challenges that we face as societies and communities, it can only be done, it will only be done through nations trading with nations, through businesses trading with businesses, and with people trading with people. And it's a great pleasure, delight for me as the Director General of the Institute of Export and International Trade to have the opportunity to facilitate the conversation today at this third Arab-British Economic Summit. A relationship that spans centuries of collaboration and is moving in a very positive way for the future. We have a great panel today. Who will be making some presentations. We'll then go into a more informal discussion. And what better, who better to have to kick us off in this session than, in fact, the UK's chief negotiator with the GCC on the free trade agreement, Tom Wintle. Tom led the UK's changes to independent status at the WTO. He was part of the G20 trade discussions and was part of the inaugural G7 trade work. His roles from across government include working in the Cabinet Office, Department for Business and Trade, and the Department for Energy and Climate Change. Folks, please welcome to the podium Tom Wintle. Tom.
Thank you very much, Chair. Your Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, thank you for having me here today. It was a little over a year ago we set off on a journey to strengthen the economic ties between the United Kingdom and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, through the negotiation of a UK-GCC Free Trade Agreement, or FTA. At last year's ABCC summit, I had the privilege of standing here to announce the commencement of negotiations. And today, I'm delighted to be back, and thank you for the invitation, to give you an update on where we've reached and our most recent milestone, which was the conclusion actually just last week of the 5th round of negotiations, which was hosted by the GCC out in Riyadh. So today, I would like to briefly update on our progress, to share some thoughts on the exciting ways that an FTA could catalyse the growth of UK and GCC companies, particularly in those digital and e-commerce sectors, as the Chair has already set out. So as Marco said, the UK and GCC have a rich history of collaboration and strong trading relationships. And as you will already have heard today and this morning, the numbers speak for themselves. The most recent stats we have show trade between the UK and GCC at more than £61 billion. And the demand in the GCC in particular for international goods and services is just growing and growing, with a projection of reaching nearly £1 trillion by 2035. So the economic opportunity for businesses is absolutely clear. And in particular, the opportunity, the potential to grow the transformational technologies like e-commerce, like AI, that you'll be hearing more about from some of the speakers today. So an FTA that really harnesses both what is happening today, but importantly, the forces that will shape the future of work and commerce in the future. And that's very much why, for just over a year now, I and my negotiation team have been working together with our GCC counterparts to reach that modern, comprehensive and ambitious FTA that our ministers have collectively committed to and collectively tasked us to getting to at pace. So we're working together to agree an FTA that not only promotes today's trade, but encourages innovation and crucially looks to the future as the nature of what and how we trade changes in the years to come. We want to enable UK and GCC businesses, and many of those will be represented here today, to position themselves at the cutting edge of trade and innovation, supporting the ambitious plans of the GCC member states and of the United Kingdom, and ensuring that all of our businesses, our citizens, can share in the benefits of the latest technological enhancements. A few brief examples in particular around e-commerce and digital of what the UK is looking for in an FTA. On the e-commerce front, what we've heard a lot from businesses and what we're looking to achieve is to lock in legal certainty on electronic transactions so that businesses can make greater use of things like e-contracts, e-signatures, paperless trading, which certainly our data and analysis shows can cut costs by up to 87%, which is crucial, particularly for SMEs. The International Chamber of Commerce estimates that making documents digitally transferable can reduce processing times by something like 75%. And again, at heart, what an FTA is looking to do is to make business easier, cheaper, more secure, grow that trade and facilitate the work that companies are already doing. Particularly, we've got over 10,000 SMEs are already exporting, and we want to improve that, enhance that, make that easier, and something that is growing in both directions. On digital trade, certainly in 2021, over 2/3 of the UK's services exports to the GCC were delivered digitally, and almost 60% of what we received in return, again, was delivered digitally. So it's vital that an FTA is enhancing, is facilitating, is improving that digital trade. Our FTA will aim to make it easier for retailers to connect with customers in both directions by strengthening the cooperation in areas such as digital identities, online authentication, electronic invoicing, all of which, in the UK's view, would make it easier to buy, to sell, making things quicker, more easier and secure. We are in regular discussions with businesses of all shapes and sizes on the United Kingdom side to understand what they want, what will benefit them, and that's through from sort of huge businesses such as Google right through to SMEs. And I think, as I said last year, you have a lot of my team in the audience today. Please do keep talking to us. Please keep telling us what you want. The more we understand from you, the better we will be able to deliver for you. Now, the question I always get asked, and indeed the chair managed to ask it even before I got on stage, is the timeline for a deal and how quickly we'll be able to realise those benefits. The answer is always the same, which is, as my Secretary of State has set out, as the Prime Minister has set out, it's fundamentally about the deal, not the date. So we are absolutely committed to working at pace. We have huge political will and commitment on both sides to get this done. Certainly I can vouchsafe that both sides are working flat out, but it's about getting the right agreement. It's reaching that modern, comprehensive and ambitious agreement that really delivers for businesses, and that is the focus rather than a given deadline. So it's been my privilege over the last year to watch both teams working flat out, and I can absolutely assure you that is the case. We will continue to do so, and we are starting to see what I believe will be a really remarkable free trade agreement emerging between the United Kingdom and the GCC. I look forward to the rest of our journey together to realising that agreement. Thank you for your attention, thank you for your time today, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Tom, thank you for those words of encouragement with regards to the conversations, and that it's great to hear that there is a real appetite on both sides of the negotiations to get to a good deal that is good for the nations, the businesses and the communities that are affected. The conversation around e-commerce is really key because it is the shop front for so many, particularly MSMEs, to get access to international markets. I'm delighted that the Institute, on behalf of the UK government, chairs the E-Commerce and Trade Commission, which is looking at ways that we can get more businesses trading using the platforms, the online marketplaces, to grow their international trade. So hearing that there's a collaboration on e-commerce specifically between UK and GCC is going to be really important for the future. And what a great segue to our next speaker, Andrew Elia, who, Andrew, I first met 15 years ago when he was part of one of the leading corporate communications companies in the UK, one of our most leading creative industry sectors. Andrew is a hardwired technology and digital expert, and with his business, Arishi, they operate globally to help business leaders, to help government departments, to help regulators navigate the complexities of the fast-changing world of digital trade, digital commerce, and AI. So please welcome to the podium our next speaker, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, thank you all for attending. It's been a fabulous event so far. So I'm going to speak about the growth of e-commerce in the Arab world. I'm going to speak more on e-commerce than perhaps on AI. I spoke on AI last year, actually, but happy to answer any questions on AI as well as needed. So the growth of e-commerce in the Arab world, or to put it another way, a cynic's guide to e-commerce in the Arab world. And I'll frame that by saying that we've been working in the GCC since about 2018, and a lot of the observations I'm sharing now are based both on the fact that we've been doing this for the last 20 years, but also we've been working in the region since that time. And this is based on some of our observations. And strap in, and here we go. Don't wave my arm, so next slide. Yep, thank you. So, as will probably be no surprise, the market is still immature because we've been doing it in the Western world quite a lot longer, but the pace of growth is incredibly rapid. The market is hungry for that growth and is very, very keen to keep that momentum at a high level. One of the things that's been a bit problematic, though, is that Western markets haven't really taken the Middle East particularly seriously, and that's a shame because there's a lot of excellent products from the US and Europe which haven't really found their way into Arab-speaking countries, partly because they don't deliver content in Arabic, but also because the commercial structures, they haven't felt it necessary to invest, and hopefully that's going to change over a period of time. That's been compounded by the fact that what tends to happen is that there are a lot of low-skilled implementers who come from other countries who come in and they limit the choices down to more basic, not necessarily enterprise-grade platforms, and that ends up meaning that people either have to grow their own or use things that aren't really fit for purpose. This is also balanced by the fact that the knowledge of digital and e-commerce platforms and just the implementation process and so forth still is quite limited. And because there aren't many other parties that people can look over the fence to say, this is how someone else has done it and how can we model our behavior on that, you tend to see that unfortunately has meant that the standard's still at quite a basic level. But then there's parties who want to invest quite heavily. So what you tend to see is quite a polarized view of the market, where you've got some very, very low-level implementations and very, very high-level ones, but there's a bit of a vacuum in the middle. And what we'd like to see is that to even out over a period of time. And this is something the market itself does recognize, and they're encouraging more people from the West to come over and to deliver their solutions and make that happen, and particularly with some of the excitement that's coming on, particularly in the Saudi Arabian market, all of that is beginning to change. But it's a long road to come to that point. So it's going to be an exciting journey. So one of the things that is also an area of focus that needs to have a bit more attention is, just as technology providers, so e-commerce, content management, that sort of thing, that there's very limited penetration. And the same way, payment providers, the sort of payment providers that we see in the West, many of them don't have an appetite for getting into that market. So very often there's a very limited choice of payment gateways over there, which then can inhibit the implementation of e-commerce platforms. And certainly the existing ones that we've worked with over the period of time, of which there are very few, more often than not, you'll find that they don't quite have the service levels and the quality of implementation which you need to be able to run a 24/7 e-commerce business. The other part of it is that the banks themselves are still quite embryonic in their adoption of digital, and also because their knowledge of the landscape is still quite limited. But again, there is an appetite to learn and an appetite for growth, and we're seeing that trajectory is underway. So where do we go from here? So clearly the market has a strong desire to grow, and events like this one are pivotal in bringing that education awareness of where things are going, and showing the GCC what's happening in other countries, and sharing that knowledge and collaborating. Western vendors are now beginning to take the markets more seriously. They're seeing that they're quite lucrative markets. They're seeing that there's more interest from Western companies. So that momentum is starting to build up, and that's excellent. And one of the things that's also helped do this, not just in the GCC but worldwide, is COVID. You know, everyone can see that when shops are shut and people have to stay at home, the transactions then move online. So that's forced that adoption to accelerate. And also now, as we're seeing, governments are now trying to make it more palatable for companies to set up. They're trying to make it easier to set up and basically transact in those countries without necessarily having to go through complex partnership procedures and so on. That's also helping to lower the bar. But education is still a factor, and it's something that I think over the coming years we're going to see that there is a lot more awareness building up as people are starting to get more and more implementations moving on. So here we go. And I'll be happy to answer questions at the session afterwards. Thank you, everyone.
Brilliant. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for that insight review of the opportunities. It's clear that for anyone, any business looking to adapt or adopt new technology requires a new way of thinking. I'm delighted the next speaker, Major General Paul Nansen, CBE, is ideally positioned to support us through that process. Paul is a recognized leader, mentor, coach, and trainer. He has a distinguished career in the British military, serving in some of the most challenging environments, and is commandant of the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst. Major General Nansen revolutionized the approach, the teaching, and the impact to establish a through-life leadership development program. He operates in over 80 countries and published the first guide built on the experiences of the Royal Academy, Stand Up Straight, 10 life lessons from the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst. Please welcome to the podium Major General Paul Nansen, CBE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco, for those kind words. As you heard, I've got a military background. I spent 35 years leading and being led in some pretty challenging and difficult environments. The challenges that faced me and my people becoming increasingly wicked. Warfare has always been complicated, but I think it's fair to say it's getting increasingly complex. And you can see for yourselves, because war is all over our TV screens and news channels at the moment, images that show leaders operating in the most demanding of environments that are increasingly getting more contested, more congested, connected and cluttered. Facing situations requiring life and death decisions under the most intense pressure, often having to deal with challenges that were not predicted, nor planned for, nor were their people trained for. For example, the recent proliferation in drones and drone warfare. Not a new capability. It's inexpensive drones being used in an offensive capability has been around since 2012. But as a recent operation in Ukraine where swarms of kamikaze drones were able to penetrate hundreds of kilometers behind enemy lines to attack airfields clearly shows the ability for leaders to integrate, to operationalize, and to counter this technology is. So imagine if there was a tool that could help us predict some of these emerging challenges and threats, that could help prepare us as leaders better, to stress our plans, to ensure we consider all the possible consequences of our actions. And imagine if we were able to support and enhance our decision-making process. In the UK military, we always have been taught that to get ahead of the opposition, you need to be comfortable making decisions armed with only 80% of the information. So imagine if we had something that could help us get as much of that information as possible in a shorter period of time, something that learns as it goes. Well, imagine no more.
The real game-changer moment for us is to use AI to do things that, right now, we simply can't, exploiting the massive data we get to make optimum decisions at machine speed, predicting how the opposition will react so we can get ahead of them. The purpose of developing an AI battle lab is to have applied AI to enhance autonomy with less dependence on humans in the loop. The AI Battle Lab provides the synthetic environment allowing the officers practice fighting, learning when to trust the AI, developing new tactics and procedures. This is all new capability, and now we need to learn how to make best use of AI and autonomy.
So the capability already exists. It's been used by UK Defence and by NATO. And at the LSC, we're currently working with this technology to provide a defence client in the Middle East with a new capability, as you heard on the video, a battle lab that will help its leaders to be better prepared for those wicked challenges ahead, to predict, to develop, and to support, to stay one step ahead of the opposition. So why am I telling you this? You're not a military audience. Well, the military does not have a monopoly on challenge or on wicked problems, a lot of which we've heard this morning. We're all facing increasing uncertainty, an increasing rate and pace of change, increasing effects of a rapidly expanding technology, increasing globalization that's better connected, a better informed population, and with changing demographics. You heard before about Generation Z. And of course, there are the unknowns. The banking crisis, the cost of living crisis, the effects of global warming and conflict, and COVID. Imagine if your organization was able to predict and prepare for COVID. Far-fetched? Well, one organization did. In 2007, the All England Lawn Tennis Association, having studied the 2003 SARS outbreak, took the bold leadership decision to take out pandemic insurance at an insurance annual cost of 1.5 million. High risk? Maybe. Yet that one brave decision alone meant that when COVID hit in 2020 and the Wimbledon competition was cancelled for the first time since World War II, the association was able to claim £114 million and survive. So, imagine if an artificial intelligence tool developed for and tested by the military that is 5 to 6 years ahead of anything else out there could be developed for you, for your organization, to be able to help you predict, support, and learn, to make those courageous leadership Wimbledon decisions. So instead of a battle lab, we're calling it something like a boardroom gym to help your leaders stay ahead, get ahead of the opposition. And if you're interested in learning anything more about it, we're downstairs. Please do come and see us. Thank you very much indeed.
Paul, thank you for that. Our final speaker in the session is Professor Dominic Palmer-Brown. He is CEO and Principal of the British Institute of Technology. Dominic is a world-leading thinker and educator in the important areas of employability, data mining, AI, and VLEs, virtual learning environments, which is key to bringing all of the things that we've discussed earlier today together. Throughout his career, Dominic has been a talented and energetic advocate for collaboration between business and universities. Please welcome to the stage Professor Dominic Palmer-Brown.
So I just nod when for the next slide, do I? So I'd like to say a few words today about AI, but also about e-commerce, particularly m-commerce, and in effect MAI, because most AI is available through a mobile phone. I'd also like to mention Edge Hill University and our collaboration, the Business School's collaboration, Business School England collaboration with Edge Hill University, because they provide research training globally and locally. And that's really something relevant to AI, because some of the people who are already enrolled in that course are studying or researching AI. But also it's relevant to the whole idea of AI being local, where on your phone doing what you need it to do locally, but also, of course, because it's the World Wide Web, accessing trillions of bytes of data through various large language models, etc. Next slide. I am the Principal and Chief Executive of the British Institute of Technology, and that was established by Professor Farmer, I think it was in 1999, and at that time he was predicting an exponential growth in e-commerce, which has happened. And now, of course, we're all predicting an exponential growth in AI, which is happening. So m-commerce then, the question is no longer what can a phone do, but what can't a phone do? It's very difficult to see which AI applications that people use in all sorts of different contexts cannot be channeled through this little device that everybody carries around with them. And that, of course, includes a highly personalized customer experience, online banking, online education, online retail, etc., etc. Next slide. It's clear that there is a massive growth in both AI and m-commerce. Next slide. Next slide. For example, in digital banking, as was reported, just happened to hear it on the radio a couple of days, they use, in one bank in the US, they use Dr. Bot, which gives personalized money advice, and it's trained with lots of examples of giving advice and large language models, and it gives 94% customer satisfaction. Next slide. There are, of course, security risks, and our phones are now, there are many ways to access our data through our phones. And as we have more and more apps, as we have more and more capability, there is, every time we add some capability or add some application, there is another challenge to the operating system and to the firewalls and the overall security architecture of phones. And so that is, particularly with the AI, going to be an increasing challenge and an area for further research. Next slide, please. And we could ask, of course we have laws protecting in various countries, laws protecting data, but what does that actually mean when we can say, okay search engine, give me a deep fake of X, and X could be anything. And we're really very, very close to that situation. Next slide. So data analytics then, what is the kind of limiting the edge of it. What can it do? What can't it do? What will it do? What won't it do? And those questions, of course, are still being tested, very much so. But we could say in very general terms that data analytics depends on the breadth, depth, quality and quantity of the data, and also on the power of the algorithms or the analytics. So just giving one example of that, if we look at ChatGPT, how much data is that trained with? Well, it's millions or even trillions of examples, so predicting the next word based on those millions of possibilities and looking at the probability of what the next word should be within the context of the question that's been asked. Next slide. Well, that's what GPT told me. So do we believe it? Well, clearly it's a sensible answer. But that brings me to the question of education, which previous speakers have alluded to, because actually if we don't understand what AI is doing, how do we know when to trust it? And there is an enormous amount of upskilling, training and education that is required for everybody. It's not just the AI developers. If you want to leave it all to the AI developers, well, then we just won't know what's happening anymore. So everybody needs to understand it to a much higher level than is currently the case. And for example, with ChatGPT, which came into the news a lot recently, because some educationalists were up in arms, oh, they're going to use it for their essays. Good, not bad. We have to embrace it and then realize that ask people to use AI tools when they're learning, because it will help them, and then ask them to understand what that AI has actually done so that they can explain what's going on themselves. Next slide. One of the areas that I researched for many years is neural networks, and that's at the heart of what is often called deep learning. So what is actually going on then? It certainly helps us to understand how people shop, bank, learn and live, and to put that understanding into applications. And the idea there, the key idea, is learning or adaptation. So basically it's learning how to adapt to improve the experience, the shopping experience, the banking experience, the learning experience of people banking, etc. And how to improve, how to adapt to improve. And at the moment, the AI, I would say, is at the section above that of improve the experience of people banking, shopping and learning through adaptation. But the next layer of that is that the AI learns about how well it's learning, about how well it's doing. Next slide, please. Education, this is what I was alluding to earlier, that in my view, we have to embrace it. There is no way of stopping people who are learning with their curiosity using tools such as ChatGPT. And there are, of course, lots of other versions of that which are already available or under development. And a key thing is this personalized experience. So we can easily imagine, and such things do exist, but they're being improved all the time, personalized assistance. On your phone, you have a personalized assistant which is helping you learn whatever you want to learn, helping you bank in whichever way you want to bank, helping you shop, travel, etc. It understands from not just loads of other examples of people doing similar things, but also from the experience of you doing those things. It understands in data terms what's actually required for you. Next slide, please. In a way, because people are worried about AI, and that needs to be addressed, that concern, in a way, AI does hold up a mirror. Some people are worried about AI, and I think there is a danger with it, that's for sure. With any technology, there is a danger, especially when it's so powerful. But it also holds a mirror up to humanity. What is it that we as individuals can do that our AI assistant can't do? That will remain important for, as far as I can see, the foreseeable future. Next slide. Business School England, contact us on that address if you'd like to, or speak to me if you know of anyone who wants to research any of these areas. We have this hookup with Edge Hill University, and they can research anywhere in the world, on their mobile or in person. Thank you.
Professor Palmer, thank you for that. And we'll open it up to the floor to questions. But just judging by the pace of change that everyone's spoken about, Tom, I'd like to understand from your point of view, actually, how do governments, regulators and lawmakers respond to an environment where technology and the implications of that are changing so rapidly?
Look, it's a fascinating question, one we've worried about quite a lot. So within my context of a free trade agreement, innovation and how we try and capture innovation has been one of the UK's key considerations. So you may have seen in some of the UK's recent FTAs, we literally have an innovation chapter. And what at heart that is trying to do is answer your question. So we can't know where the future of trade is going to go, but we know it is going to change, and it is going to change ever faster. So rather than having a sort of a document, an FTA that is locked in stone, it's trying to build in constantly looking ahead and updating that. So for example, something like AI, our hope would be, in what we wish to do with our GCC colleagues, is that we're taking this piece on innovation. It's a core part of the agreement. And then for something like AI, you may have a commitment to regulators meeting often, exploring, exchanging. So as these regulations that we cannot know now what they will look like in 5-10 years hence, you have the experts talking, learning from each other, sharing best practice. So as new regulations come in, they are ideally designed in such a way as enhancing trade rather than potentially throwing up future barriers, which a government would then need to step in again to try and ameliorate.
Brilliant. That's great to hear. I did see a hand here, just at the third row, on the right-hand side. There you go. If you don't mind saying your name and where you're from.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Sajjad. I've designed a memorial for the Grenfell Tower. Does providing sensitive military data to Google DeepMind increase the likelihood of singularity? For those who don't know, singularity is when AI takes over the combined international knowledge that we possess.
And
I mean, I can talk from what we're doing with AI, and we're with defence. What the professor was talking about in terms of big data and access to big data and allowing artificial intelligence tools access to that big data. Working with defence, of course, when we're not in that business for the very good reasons that you're mentioning. That would be dangerous. So two things. Firstly, AI is not the only technologies we use to help inform leaders how to make decisions. The information we provide to the AI that we're certainly using is very carefully controlled. For example, we don't know what the enemy. We can't provide data from what the enemy are going to do because obviously they're not going to tell us. So there's parts of data that we just can't get at. And the third thing I think is again what the professor was talking about. This is about providing a tool that assists the person in the loop. We're not looking at replacing it. We're looking at helping and aiding and understanding. So a lot of what we do is about better understanding that human technological interface and making sure that the AI technology is used there to step in when the human is struggling to make the right decision. And that's the importance. So it's not about losing control of it. It's got to be very carefully controlled.
Paul, thank you for that. Dominic, did you want to come in?
Oh yeah, I thought that was a very, very clear answer already. And generalizing that outside of military situations, I think there is an important principle there that it's certainly that people are in the loop all the time. That's important. Secondly, it is possible to effectively program according to certain principles and to build in safeguards to the design of AI systems. I'm sure that happens with military applications, otherwise it would be a complete disaster. But so there are probably some important lessons there for how that safety critical functionality, which has been developed in real-time systems, for example, for many decades, the equivalent of that in AI does need further research for that to be generalized. But I don't think it's beyond the wit of AI developers or anybody else to build in actual principles. We might call them values and morals, but they're equivalents of that code, you never do this, you never do that, which is outside the loop of the data calculating algorithm. So just even if the data analysis says do this, you don't do it. It's not impossible to, and that comes back to regulation, and I think it's not just regulation, but the principles that go with it. Yeah.
And for me, it's reassuring to hear that it is possible to do that. There's a question here, and then over there and over here.
My name is Ahmed Al-Shaybani from Libya, representative of civil society. My question is to Mr. Andrew Elia. So far as the paradigm shift towards digital economy, we in our region, we must not rush for a green economy. We don't have an incentive. We need to make a conversion of the fabulous hydrocarbon wealth beneath our feet into intrinsic value currency. How can you advise our region, where I see 70% of us below the age of 30, and I don't see them as a powder cake about to explode. I see them as a demography bonus to be augmented in the economy. How can we allow access to credit for SMEs, and hopefully this will mitigate illegal migration and other indicators that gave birth to the Arab Spring 12 years ago? Thank you.
Okay, so if I've understood your question correctly, what you're talking about is using digital capabilities to help facilitate the trade with SMEs and augmenting them. Okay, and
access to credit.
And access to credit. Okay. All right, so I think fundamentally, when you start talking about bringing digital technologies into an economy, it's about making sure that you've, for starters, got the regulatory framework correct. Because we've seen what happens if you go too digital and not enough regulation, you end up with some of the problems that people have seen with cryptocurrencies, for example, where you have one person who owns a large amount of cyber wealth being run over by a bus, and then no one being able to get access to their credit. So you have to underpin it with some kind of regulatory platform. When it then comes into how people transact and that sort of... Saved by the Bell.
I'm hopeful that's the test we were advised about. I'm looking for a nudge. It is a test. Rest. Stay calm. There we go, Andrew.
Okay, that's it. Someone must have burnt the toast. So sometimes even in a digital world, physical things can still get in the way. So yeah, by being able to have the correct sort of standards for people to implement against. So, for example, open banking is one of the things that's becoming quite popular in the UK. The ability for people to facilitate transactions. So I mentioned in my brief talk about payment gateways, the fact that payment gateways still, that you don't have the volume of them that you have in the West. These are the sort of things that make it easy for people to transact online. So I'm talking B2C, but obviously B2B, there's standards, so APIs and various protocols that people can use to do business with one another. When it then comes to credit, and I'm a techie, so I can't necessarily tell you about the financial framework. Maybe some of my esteemed colleagues can step in on that part. But essentially, if you are providing enough frameworks for people to assess creditworthiness and things like that, and open banking being one of those technologies, then that helps accelerate that process of providing credit to people at various levels. And then it's down to the appetites of the people to issue credit to those parties.
Brilliant. Thank you. I'm conscious we're coming to the end. There's a question over here. I'm going to take two at the same time. So if we take a question here and a question here, and we will be very speedy in our responses panel.
Owen Bennett from Arab News. There's a question for Tom. Just with regards to the negotiations, are there any areas that you find you're spending a significantly large amount of bandwidth on? And also, which areas are you excited about delivering the largest benefits?
Tom.
I think probably no specific areas to your first. It really is across the whole gamut of the FTA. We're spending an equivalent amount of time on, be that goods, services, or what we would term as sustainability and the issues within that. So that really is across it. In terms of the benefits of the FTA, certainly the initial analysis that we put out at launch, so this is all publicly available. You have a lot coming from tariff reductions, but you have a huge amount coming from the services side as well, the sheer volume and growth. Again, we can pick up afterwards. That's all publicly available data, so happy to pick up on that.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for being concise.
Good afternoon. Richard Swift, IAS Group. Question both for military education and civilian business education. The group I'm working with at IAS are primarily SME owners, in middle-aged SME owners. They don't have the benefits of large corporates, but they do produce half of the national GDP and half of private sector employment. And what's coming through to me is they're feeling lost and overwhelmed as a group. I'm looking particularly at military there, where the concept of esprit de corps can be brought in, as well as technology, and of course business education as well. So let me shut up and answer it however you feel appropriate.
So how do we help UK SMEs particularly engage with this rapidly transforming digital environment?
As well, because the big conglomerates are very human-centric out there.
Brilliant, quite right. We'll start at the end and work back. Professor.
Well, I think, first of all, we enlist AI to help with this. There's a wealth of research and examples of learning assistants in the form of various types of AI, and that can be built. AI itself can be learned about in a kind of interactive way that will really get people up to speed quite quickly, I think. It's not the... I mean, I'm not quite sure what you meant by overwhelmed, but I don't think you meant that they all want to understand the nuts and bolts of everything. I think I can just see through the light glare that you're saying that's not what they want. So they want to actually understand the principles, understand what they can do with it, understand the relevance for their sector. And I think those things can really be packaged very neatly into training programs that can be made available. Of course, the question is who's going to do that? But it's something that can be done quite easily.
Brilliant, thank you. Paul.
I think that the military is still learning, like everybody else, how best to develop its young, emerging leaders, let's call them that. I think we are slowly learning to embrace technology, blended learning in particular, how to maximize the use of new emerging technologies to better develop people. But I think we've still got a long way to go, if I'm honest with you. And it goes back to what was said before about Generation Z and soon Generation A are just round the corner. You know, we've got to understand how do they need to be developed, how do they need to be led. If we lead them and develop them the same way that we were led, we're gonna lose out on a lot of potential. And I'm afraid that's still taking some time for us all to understand.
Brilliant. And Andrew, as someone who is out there advising business leaders, helping business understand, what would your advice be?
I think we get asked a lot of questions about AI and the likelihood of it, taking jobs and that sort of thing. And I think very often we see that very much as sort of scaremongering approach. And just to echo what my colleagues have said here, we see it as an augmentation, as something to help rather than necessarily replace. And I think as long as it's managed properly and as we were just talking about here, making sure that there is the agility of legislation to keep evolving as the technologies evolve, then it's something that is there to help humanity rather than, and regardless of whether it's military, education or whatever, help rather than replace.
What a brilliant, uplifting note to end the session on. Please, can we put our hands together for the panel? Thank you. We're being ushered off.
Thank you very much indeed, Marco and his distinguished guests, for that fantastic panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I see a stampede for the door, which must mean that I stand between you and your lunch. Please make sure that you enjoy the exposition, the networking, and join me back in this room at 2:20 sharp, when we will discuss COP28 and sustainable development. Bon appétit, sartène, and enjoy. Thank you.
The Joint Arab-British Chamber of Commerce is the only UK-based accredited chamber exclusively dedicated to serving UK and Arab markets. With a reputation for excellence in the delivery of international trade services, we act as a strong voice for Arab and British business cooperation. Our members enjoy unique services unobtainable elsewhere. You can choose the membership that best suits your business from the Silver, Gold, and Platinum categories, which offer exclusive levels of services, events, advisory, support, promotion, and other benefits. Whether you use our officially endorsed trade documentation service, through our online portal or through our face-to-face service, or whether you want to network or gain exposure through our publications and website or by sponsoring an event, whether you want to find new customers, the Chamber can help. The Chamber offers an exciting program of briefings, high-level delegations, receptions, networking events, trade International Trade Services, we act as a strong voice for Arab
Hello again, welcome back everybody. I hope you enjoyed a fantastic lunch. Thank you very much to our organisers and to Kizad for their private lunch too. I hope you had lots of fruitful networking also, making friends new and establishing contacts you may have had for a long time. We have a fantastic final part of our summit lined up for you today. And one of the most important topics that we will discuss is, of course, sustainability and climate change. An enormous problem we need to tackle with great urgency. We know that we're not on time, we're not on budget, we're not on track. But what is heading down the track is COP28 in just 10 days' time in the United Arab Emirates. In Dubai, the great and the good of the world will gather to really drill down into the issues that matter. So with the Arab world proudly standing at the centre of international efforts to at least go some way to solving climate change, what do we do next? Enough talk, it's time for action. And this fantastic panel of esteemed guests are going to shed much light on where we go from here. So I'd like to hand over now to our session's chair. He is the interim CEO of the London Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Karim Fatih. Thank you very much. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. And I've just... Possibly even more important than COP is the prize draw, which is coming up later. So we will be handing around some bowls shortly. Please do take out your business cards, just one per person, no cheating now. And there will be some luxury hospitality prizes, which we will draw for later. So please do put your business cards in the bowls as you enjoy our discussion. Over to you, Karim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karim Fatahi. I'm the interim chief executive of London Chamber of Commerce. It gives me a pleasure to welcome you to this afternoon session on sustainable development ahead of COP28, climate summit in UAE later this month. This session will examine how the Arab world today stands right at the center of global efforts to meet the goals of the 2015 Paris Agreement on climate changes. Following on from COP27 held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt in 2022, COP28 is set to open the Expo City, Dubai, on 30th November 2023, end of this month, where bold, practical, and ambitious solutions will be reviewed and discussed, agreed to reduce the emission. That will meet our international obligation and secure sustainable development for the region and the rest of the world. I would like to emphasize UK is a global leader in driving action on climate, and London is both a center for green finance and home to an innovative technology ecosystem which is helping to generate new climate solution. At London Chamber of Commerce, LCCI, we work in partnership with chambers in the Arab and wider world to foster accelerated collaboration towards a green transition, which is at the core, and economic transition. And I'm so delighted to be chairing in this discussion in which we will hear from leading experts on how COP28 agenda and sustainable development prioritize, go hand in hand, leading to greater opportunities for economic growth and prosperity. With us today, we have an esteemed panel. On my left, Patricia Yates, Chief Executive of Visit Britain, and then Mr. Khaled Marzoughi, Vice President, International Business Development at Khalifa Economic Zone, Abu Dhabi, Kizad Group, Rabi Al-Fadil, CEO of the ZEF Concept and CEO and co-founder of Paella Earth at ZEF. And on my right is Mr. Nick Thole, board member of MBS Green. So, listeners, I would like to invite Patricia to address us as the first speaker.
Thank you. Shall I? I'll stand up. I'll stand up so I can get closer to you. So my name is Patricia Yates, and I'm the CEO of the National Tourism Agency, Visit Britain and Visit England. And it's a privilege to be with you today. We are navigating a world of great change. We all recognise that sustainability needs to be at the heart of what we do, and it's a journey that we're on together. Just let me tell you why tourism is so important. It's important as an economic driver. It supports about 200,000 small businesses in the UK. It contributes £127 billion annually to our economy, with those economic benefits spread right across the nations and regions of Britain. And tourism connects people. It connects people all around the world. It ties countries closer together, builds bridges between countries and cultures, and promotes mutual understanding. So it is in all our interests to build a resilient, sustainable, and accessible industry. What's our role as the Tourist Board? Well, we want to drive that thriving industry, creating economic prosperity across Britain. That means supporting supply side, educating the small business about how they can become more sustainable. So we're building a pipeline of sustainable products. And then internationally, making sure we're promoting regional and seasonal spread so those benefits are spread right across the country. If you look at the structure for that, I would put that into three areas. The first thing is getting the right structure. So across England, we are restructuring our destination management organisations into a much more simplified and tiered structure, with destination development partnerships at the top, bringing together groups of local visitor economy partnerships. About 40 local visitor economy partnerships, about, say, 10 DDPs. And that is a change from the 200 to 300 destination management organisations we have at the moment. Then we have to get the right support to industry. So we're building the strategy for Visit England, leading on the sustainable strategy for England, underpinned by the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, and built around regenerative tourism, so not just sustainable, but leaving places better with tourism than they were before. Our focus is on how to support small and medium enterprises navigate this landscape, so being a trusted voice both to industry and to consumers. Because we know that building the supply of sustainable products and informing consumers. We see a huge increase in consumers who are interested in sustainability, but they want to be guided and given access to products that are just as good because they're sustainable as the luxury and relaxing products that they are used to. So turning to our role at Visit Britain, how can inbound tourism support in building a resilient, accessible and sustainable visitor economy? We promote Britain through the Great campaign, and sustainable tourism is absolutely a linchpin with that. For that. We work with our partners, Visit Wales, Visit Scotland, Visit England and London and partners to make sure that we are pulling through sustainable product and that we're looking at where we promote at what time of year. So making sure that we're spreading the benefits of tourism right across the nations and regions and extending the season. We have a very seasonal tourism industry here. So building the industry out at the shoulder seasons helps the industry become more economically sustainable. So the GCC countries are one of our most important and valuable visitor markets. Visitors from the GCC already stay longer and spend more than other visitors, spending nearly £2 billion in 2022. However, while they're keen to explore more of Britain, they tend to be very London-centric. So building the products that will help visitors explore more, and then telling consumers. One of our first DDPs is in the northeast of the country. Now you will know that the football club there has links now with the Gulf, and of course the airline flights are going there as well. So helping to build that knowledge and those links with an area of Britain that really punches below its weight in inbound tourism. We work with partners to convert that inspiration to bookings, and in the Gulf we particularly work with WeGo, and we've seen a 78% rise in searches from Riyadh to Newcastle and a 63% rise in searches for Manchester, so telling the stories of lesser known destinations. But there is more we can do, always. So looking at the Gulf, 74% of visitors said they wanted to know more about sustainability and be able to make easy, sustainable choices. One of the commonest cited barriers was that lack of information. So that's something that we will be looking at in our promotional activity over the next year. How do we tell that story? And by highlighting how visitors can enjoy a more responsible stay, we hope they will stay longer, spend more, travel widely, use low carbon transport and explore out of season. So this can only be achieved, of course, if we all continue to work together, exchanging knowledge, sharing research and insights, learning and listening as we navigate this journey. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from my other panelists and to taking your questions afterwards. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Patricia. That was a very powerful message. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Khalid Al-Marzoughi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that I am honored to be a part of this panel sessions, and also I would like to extend my thanks and grateful to the Arab UK Chamber of Commerce for arranging such amazing event and connecting all of us. My topic, as you see from the slide, will be focusing on one of the exciting events that coming soon to the market, that coming soon actually to the world, just 10 days away from today. It is about the COP28. COP28 will focus on 4 main areas. First of all, the fast-tracking energy transitions. Why most nations, as you know, that are putting huge investments to transfer to green energy, UAE aim to produce over 11,000 gigawatt from renewable energy in the year of 2030. Second, fixing climate financing. UAE is working with a number of financial institutions, including World Bank, to standardize the carbon market and provide incentives, especially to the private sectors. The third one, as you see here, is talking about natural people lives. In this area, the COP28 will be focusing mainly in the welfare of the human being, protections of the environment across the world, and it will dig in deep to talk about the challenges facing in terms of the health and the food challenge. The fourth and the last area is called inclusivity. In summary, all the new initiatives that we are discussing during the sessions and previous sessions has to integrate with the existing practices. For example, today, when we talk about the traditional sector energy, those sectors has to integrate with the new emerging energy sectors. And one of the main points that will be focused in COP28 will be the importance of the important role that the youth can play in driving all those initiatives. UAE sustainability initiatives, as I have been dealing, I think, with many multinational companies over the last, I would say, 2 decades, I can say that most advantage that UAE provides is that you are within a stable and growing economy. This allowed all the companies that they are to have an easy way of transferring and adapting to the new regulations and to transfer their productions to be more sustainable following all the world and the international standards. As you see from this slide, the 2050 strategy of UAE is to reach to net zero emissions, and UAE continuously growing the sector 4 to 5% every year. In Abu Dhabi Ports Group, we operate several ports and economic zones, both in UAE and outside of UAE. We were a pioneer in introducing the green energy and continue to lead in the sectors. And most of our strategy focus in circular economy, which is actually to have the best use of your available resources. Several of the customers that we have that based in our economic zones today, they are exporting to UAE, they are exporting to the European regions, and in order today, as you know, that there is a mandate for those companies that they need to have a green certificates, which we have an agency that actually are able to issue, because those companies are able to get the green energy and they are able to get the green certificates, which allow them to enter UK and other markets. Now, one also of the main strategy that we have emphasized and focused in the last years is actually creating clusters among different sectors that we have. Today we have 17 sectors. We can accommodate most of the industrial, trade, logistics sectors. Here I'm listing only 6 sectors, which I want to highlight just a few examples to show that how we are moving forward from the traditional practice all the way to the new sustainable requirements. For example, in the metal clusters, we have created something called Hot Metal Road. Hot Metal Road is connecting the producers of the metals, the producers of aluminum, steels, to the raw material. And for example, the aluminum smelters, they are able to transfer their products, their raw material, to those manufacturing companies as a liquid using the hot metal rods. Those companies, they are saving, because they are getting the raw material as a liquid, they are saving more than 30% in terms of the cost that comes from the energy consumption. And this is, for sure, has very huge and positive impact in the environment by reducing 30% of the energy supply. Another example I want to speak about is the food park. What we have done in the food park, that the government of Abu Dhabi has provided many incentive subsidies, especially in the technology side, in order to increase productions using lower resources when it comes to the produce of the food. And this is definitely, first of all, is to part of the regulation, and also to meet the consumption demands both in the local and the international market. One more example I want to mention about, as you see here from the slide, is the polymers, the last one, which is the Polymers Park. In the Polymers Park, we have built what we are, it's like one single largest polymers distribution center. Around this polymers distribution center, today there is a 20 manufacturing company that are sourcing. Those companies in the past used to be all over the world, used to be in Far East Asia, used to be in Europe. Currently, we actually attracted those companies to be next to the center of the raw material. This is definitely will save a lot of the transportation for those companies, which will reflect in the protections of the environment, because you don't have a lot of transportations happen by road, by sea, and by air. And another thing that those companies are able to use just-in-time approach. So they just source the material whenever they need. They don't need to have those fancy and big logistic space. And because they are saving a lot of money, because they don't need to have those logistic and warehousing space, we are encouraging this company to put more money in the research development, especially for things related to the sustainable energy. In my last slide, I just want to mention that all our efforts in the past years, actually, we have received several awards, and 2 months ago, we are proud that we received award from the United Nations for the category of promotion investment in the energy transmissions. Thank you very much, and wish you a pleasant evening.
Thank you, Khalid. That was really insight, detail on the economy zone. Fadel, please.
Hi, my name is Rabi Al-Fadel. I'm the founder of ZEF Concepts and the co-founder of Phyla, which is mainly today what we're going to present. Phyla is a company that came a few years ago from a number of colleagues of mine, similar mind, that very much project what we wanted at the next stage of our life. We are a few founders in the company. Myself, been working in sustainability for a long, long time. My journey started with the construction industry, greening the construction industry, and more going into what we call it sustainability framework, setting up sort of targets for energy, for water, for waste, for ecological landscape and procurement strategy and pollution in the finest details as an engineer. I've been asked years after that to join a team headed by the UN and some Ministry of Environment in Africa to look after the Green Wall, the Great Green Wall of Africa, which is alongside the Sahel, which is about 8,000 kilometers. From an engineer, suddenly I start to get more into biodiversity and understanding the importance of it, and getting involved in a number of projects. That project led me to meet my colleagues, Harry Vernon and Ben Wu, Latha and Chandradeep, and we set up the company. I don't know if the team can just show first the video after this.
What if there was a way to restore degraded landscapes? And what if the solution provided sustainable livelihoods, was able to feed people and power communities and economies? Phyla elite Pongamia trees produce food and fuel and fertilize themselves. they can grow in regions of the world where rainfall is limited and where climate change threatens agricultural production systems. Phyla's elite Pongamia trees build healthy soils. They remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and they bring back biodiversity to landscapes that have been devastated by deforestation, monocropping and mining.
Pongamia has incredible uses in rehabilitating mine sites because of its metal toxicity thresholds. It can start an ecosystem going, which is often what we need. So growing a plant in an ecosystem that's tolerant to the soil conditions that other plants can't bear allows us to start generating carbon and mycorrhizal networks and microbial processes and litter decomposition processes, including nutrient cycling within the soils. And Pongamia may become one of the key tools in rehabilitating and remediating toxic legacy waste from mining.
Dr. MVR Prasad, member of the Phyla team, has been instrumental in the commercialization of Phyla Elite Pongamia agroforestry systems.
Namely 1972 and 1974 and 1979, they were all very bad years. 500 villages, they escaped the pangs of the drought. And each of these villages had a lot of plantations of Pongamia around their homes as well as around their fields and all that. That is the beauty of Pongamia. In spite of acute drought, the tree doesn't succumb.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಉದಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಣ್ಣೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Phyla is unique, having established operational facilities in both India and sub-Saharan Africa.
We have successfully grafted close to 1 million elite Pongamia in one production cycle. And that too with absolute precision quality, with standard operating procedures, ensuring that it's completely compliant and completely world-class.
The Phyla team have been working for over 25 years to build a portfolio of high-yielding varieties that are able to cope with the toughest of environments. We have developed close ties with domain experts from leading universities in the UK to develop processes and products to maximise the value of each seed.
Green technologies which we have developed at the center, how to maximize the yield of Karanjin, Pongamol, which will help us in developing some novel products for cosmetic industry, food industry, as well as pharmaceutical industry.
Our facilities in India and Southern Africa are gearing up to produce 1.5 million saplings next year, then scale to meet a growing demand worldwide.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm going to go very fast through these sort of slides. I know the time is against us. But to tell you why we mentioned this specific species, when you're setting up your framework of sustainability, even when you're doing your SDG target, the 17 goals with the key parameters to reach, one main issue is to know how, to optimize, prioritize, and making sure that you have attractors and you have a main sort of anchors. Throughout that career, you will need to search every time for what is an attractor, what is an anchor. And this species in particular, the Pongamia itself, it's been searched for years and years. It's been proved that it's been fighting drought, helping the biodiversity. And the example that you see there, it was on a copper mine in Zambia. Just to give you a story very briefly about it, I'm just, again, as I said, I'm going to jump this very quickly. I think the most important is that picture that everyone is asking us for, and it's the proof in the pudding. This is a site, it's a copper mine in Zambia. Nothing is growing there. Our co-founder, Ben Wu, moved to Zambia years ago, and he worked on this mine here to see how to regenerate it, proving the story right, rather than just sitting down designing it. This is 4,000 trees that we set up on that site, planted 2016, 2017. Doesn't need much water. And it was 4,000 trees, only maybe 10 or 15 trees died the first year. Nothing died after that. It's been replaced. And if you look at it, this is how the transformation happened. It's been set on a site where the last 2023, even 2022 before and 23 here, this is during the dry season, 23 dry season here, we found rabbits, we have snakes, we have bees, and there is nitrogen fixing inside. The trees are creating a good molecular sort of connectivity underground, and fungi. The beauty of it is with this biodiversity, it allows for intercropping. So here we're talking about biodiversity connected to circular economy, engaging communities, having connection with the international community on the food security as well, especially in where I worked on the Sahel side of it. We're talking about 7,000 kilometers just in the Sahel. Our aim in Phyla is, and this is us, three of us, me, Harry, one of my partners is here, so I'm not sure if he can raise his hand. Here he is, there. So this is us on site at the beginning of the year. I think the aim for Phyla is to go millions of hectares. I just came back from West Africa negotiating with some governments. We're going to the COP as well to talk about it, but it's far beyond that species. It's talking about a multitude of measures that will come into it, making sure that insurance companies, the financial sector, the civil servant, governments, and multi-sort of stakeholders are part of it. I think I will leave it to that, but maybe just for you to understand, this tree that we had ticks number of boxes. Drought tolerant, it's unbelievable. Even now we have MOUs and framework with number of universities. We are doing or working on a couple of IPs. Even the universities were a bit excited and surprised with what's going on there. So it's drought tolerant, and it comes from a story since the 70s when that tree actually made farmers sustain themselves. Wherever they have the trees, it was by far better than other sort of villages. Having said that, we work on over 100,000 trees for us to really look at the elite that commercially can work properly and can have number of times its productivity. It's nitrogen fixing, so it is by itself a fertilizer, and it does enhance the soil around it. It's carbon removal, topsoil, underground, and it's a deep-rooted sort of trees. That means it takes the carbon deep inside the soil. It will have a better time lag in terms of carbon emission. It's salinity, so it's a leguminous sort of tree, but it is similar to the mangroves. And we are testing even different sort of phenotypes that we have. By the way, Phyla, already we have 75 phenotypes. We're working, it's Phyla Elite trees, we call it, and we're still working on more. And it's a non-invasive, and that is a key when we are discussing this tree different places. Time is against me, so I'm not going to talk too much. I think that's enough. And please, by all means, you can ask me any question later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Very interesting on the ecosystem. Now I've got Nick to address us. Thank you, Nick.
See if the green buttons work. Once we get, there we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nick Thurlow. I'm the Group CFO of MBS Global Investments and also board member of MBS Green, and that's what we'll talk to you about today. Very briefly, to cut you on what one of my colleagues said earlier, I'm going to give you a very brief overview of the goals of COP28, highlight a couple of the challenges, take a look at the Arab world's role in the climate change area, and then briefly, in about 7 minutes, I'm going to try and give you an idea of how to solve the whole climate problem, so nothing too big. If you bear with me for a second, there's an old adage in the live TV industry that says, don't work with children or animals, because you never know how they're going to react. The equivalent in the conference space is audience participation. So I thought about this long and hard, but I thought if you're in the climate environment, we should take a risk. So I'm going to ask you to put your hand up if you think you know what the word COP means. Please put your hand in the air if you think you know what COP means. There's not many, but keep going. You're a very intelligent audience here. I'm sure we do know. If you think the C is for climate, you can put your hand down. COP stands for Conference of the Parties. Now, there's a few of you who had your hands up then. Keep them up, because the next question's coming. It's a three-parter, very quick. You know the answer. The Kyoto Protocol. Who knows what the key goals of the Kyoto Protocol were? I don't know what they are either, really, so if you've got your hand up, you can keep it there. The last one is a tiebreaker for you two. There's two tiebreaker here. So, Paris Agreement, 50-50. Was it a 1.5% goal or a 2% goal? No, it wasn't. It was 2, with a goal for trying to get 1.5. So there you go. Now, the reason I brought this up is that the whole area of climate change and green is a very complex topic, and it's nearly impossible to understand all of it. I've been putting myself through this the last year and have learned a few key things which I want to share with you today. So as we saw previously from Khalid's slide, these are the 4 key agenda items for COP. They're broken down to change. We have to change. I think we all understand now that we have to change our behavior to solve the climate problem. Funding, which I'll come on to, which I think is the key problem of how and why we haven't done it to date. The third part is to protect the environment and people. And then on the inclusivity part, it's about the future. I would say in general, we're all a certain age in this room. The people who will really solve this problem are the generation or 2 below us. And I think the key part of COP is to make sure that that generation is empowered. The president-designate of COP is Dr. Sultan Al Jaber. This was a quote I read from him probably 3 months ago, and it made me really think about why a solution has been so difficult. And the issue is it's because it's expensive. There's no cheap solution to solving the climate problem. And I think COP28, I hope, will start to address that. The real problem is when you start to realize what the numbers involved are, they get very big. So COP27, Sheikh El-Sham, started the, God, I forgot the name now, the Loss and Damage Fund. It was probably the key piece out of COP27. I think COP28 will build on that and have a solution. The cost of the Loss and Damage Fund is about $2.4 trillion a year. Now, that is not a small number. How do you go about solving $2.4 trillion? That's what COP has to tackle in the next few weeks. The reason they have to do it is if we don't do it, the cost of doing it is actually way higher. Look at the numbers here. It could be $178 trillion. This is from Deloitte. When you talk about numbers of 7.6% cutting your GDP, that's the difference between people being able to eat, sleep, feed themselves. It's a massive change. It will change the world if we don't address it. I think that's the realization that COP is coming to, is that the magnitude of the problem is we have to do something. So this is a little busy slide, but this is just a snapshot of some of what the countries in the Arab world are doing. I think the key thing to start to solve a problem is to define it. So as I sort of mentioned with the quick Q&A, was there are lots of terms in climate change: net zero, sustainability, lots of goals. These countries here have all at least set a net zero target. Each one has a different way of getting there, what they're trying to achieve. The country which has the earliest target right now, is with an asterisk, is Norway. They've actually announced a net zero of 2050, but they're going to have an offset with carbon credits to achieve net zero by 2030. So if you are bold, you can do it. So I think the message out of COP will be bold. Make a statement and then try and stick to it. It's not just governments. Here are 2 well-known companies I think you're aware of, ADNOC and Aramco. ADNOC is making significant investments in green hydrogen. They've announced a net zero target of 2045. I think it's going to be tough, but they've announced it, and that's good. That's better than not doing it. Aramco, as I said, with Norway, carbon credits has been a very interesting, contentious subject, but it is part of the solution. Aramco is participating with PIF in carbon credit offsets, and I think it's going to play an increasing role moving forward. Another big example I saw just the other week, and I put this up here, was PIF's investment into electric vehicles and charging. I think governments look at a lot of B2G solutions saying we need help. I think PIF's done a very good job here. They've said, look, we're going to build 5,000 charging stations because why wait? So if you're going to seize the moment, just do it. And they've done it by 2030. So I think that's a very bold statement, and I think that's what we need. So I suppose that brings me back to how do we actually solve climate change? Well, I looked at a lot of problems, and they all cost a lot of money. But here's the thing. This number comes from the IMF fossil fuel subsidy data from 2023. The global economy is about $100 trillion. So $7 trillion in 2022 was the cost of fossil fuel subsidies in the world. About $2 trillion of that was direct subsidies. So, for example, the British government subsidized natural gas because of the cost of living crisis and COVID. And the other $5 trillion is about the cost of outputting carbon into the atmosphere. So until we acknowledge that there is a cost to doing business, how can we fix it? When these numbers say there's $7 trillion, and yet the problem to fix climate change is only $3 trillion, the answer is actually relatively simple. Stop subsidizing fossil fuels. It's as simple as that. Now, that's a big thing, but that's what we have to do. At MBS Green, what we're doing is we're working with governments. We're a B2G organization that works with them. I'm happy to answer any questions later on, but I think the key thing is that whether you do the smaller projects, and I'm not saying planting trees is small, but from the ground up or from the top down, the recognition is that we have to do something. And I think COP is going to be very interesting to see what comes out of it. And I hope at the very least, the Loss and Damage Fund gets funded by everyone. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick. I'm now conscious of our time and will pass quickly, and I'm keen for our audience to have an opportunity to ask a question. So I'd like to dive in straight and allow time to open up the discussion on the floor. But I'm going to ask a question from each of the panelists, if I may so. Patricia, how do you see the inward and outward visitors economy both supporting and benefiting from the emphasized place on sustainability's development and major gathering like the COP28, please?
For tourism to be sustainable, it has to deliver for the visitor, has to deliver for local communities, who have an increasing voice, and it has to deliver for businesses. And the sustainability part of that is what squares that group. So you want economic sustainability, you want some people but not too many to keep them going. You want to focus on value rather than numbers. And you want local communities that are welcoming of tourism because they see the economic and cultural benefits they give to a local community.
Thank you so much, thank you. My second question would be to Khaled, if I may ask. As the COP28 presidency passed from Egypt to UAE, we see a huge attention across the Arab world on driving sustainability development agenda. How can the region boost investment into ambitious new projects that offer new vital revenue stream and job creation in the area, such as new technology, hospitals, leisure, as well as education and training necessary to support the agenda?
There are so many ways of answering this. I don't think there is a single answer for this. Number one, I think that now, as we are increasing as I mentioned in my slide, the renewable energy, this is creating an ecosystem. This is creating an ecosystem, for example, for the students in the university when they're doing the research and development, this is creating an ecosystem, and the number of employment transferring from a technology to another technology. Today we are creating what we call a hydrogen valley. This is a hydrogen valley. Our objective as a country is actually mainly to export. And as a country of United Arab Emirates and also GCC, as you know, that historically we were depending on the energy sectors. And we want to continue doing that even when it comes to the green energy. That's why we are putting a big investments in the other sources. For example, the hydrogen. We want to be a leading in the world by exporting the hydrogen, the ammonia. So as I mentioned, that the change in the ecosystem that is going to happen in the UAE, which is already happening and is going to change rapidly in the coming few years, this will create a lot of changes in the market and will bring many new players in the market and will have impact in the culture side before actually it have impact in the economic side.
Great, thank you so much. Rabia, you talk about the ecosystem, very great. And in terms of building the environment, particularly the transport...
Just to repeat, I think the noise...
Sorry?
There was a background noise.
Oh, sorry. In terms of building the environment, particularly the transport infrastructure, what are the emerging solutions that will serve a scalable blueprint for sustainable development while amplifying the environment protection, please?
Okay, it's a big question, especially on the logistics side and the transportations. I think there are a number of factors need to come into this. A is how to get the balance between to localize and to globalize, which is a very, very crucial. So here, setting up the essentials on the regional level is a very, very crucial. There's a lot of restructuring has to be done, to be honest with you, and the whole economy has to restructure itself based on what is essential within the region and outside it. The second one is, of course, when we talk about transportation is carbon emission. We're talking about this is where we're coming in, bringing in more of a biofuel into it from a local capacity, but engaging that rather than being a singular solution, engaging it with the livelihood of the community and adding up to that very one. So we should be really training the next generation into understanding the multi-crisis solutions rather than singularity, and making sure that we have a proper life cycle analysis deeper than what we understand at the moment. And so every step that we are taking is taking that into consideration. So I think restructuring regional and local in terms of production and demand is extremely important.
Thank you very much. Now the last question, Nick, if you can help me. Critical to our ability and close to the climate ambition gap is the mobilization of the capital and the speed and the scale. How do the policymaker and investor work together to accelerate the greening of the global economy and the success of the project that we are just heard about from your perspective, please?
I think, as you just rightly said, there's many answers to something like that. It's the overarching macro thing, which is what I try to get across, is first of all a realization of the scale of the problem. So if you have a complex problem, the only way you can solve it is to break it down into smaller pieces. So we're going to need thousands of solutions to solve the climate problem. At the heart of all of them, though, is going to be finance. So finding ways that emerging economies can afford to greenify their economies is going to be a big challenge for the world, and mainly fall on the developed world, because we put most of the CO2 into the atmosphere and we're going to have to pay for it. But I think it's going to be the hardest part of COP, because so you need a combination of private sector and government. I think one of the COP things I've seen is that the governments want $2 of private money for every $1 of government money. Okay, so that's a good goal, but everyone wants money, so how do you prioritize it? I have a personal interest in things like carbon credits. I think there's a misunderstanding about the role carbon credits can play going forward. I think to me they're an essential piece of it. I think historically they've been used for things that people have been on the front page of The Guardian, like greenwashing, okay? Oh, someone wants to offset their carbon, let's buy a credit. If you think of it completely differently and take an economic development point of view, people who put carbon into the atmosphere at some point are going to have to be penalized or taxed for it. And people who use green fuels, sustainable energy, will have a benefit for it. So if you use a carbon credit as a transfer of wealth from polluters to green, that's going to be part of the solution. And so therefore, a carbon credit should be looked at as like an economic development tool. And you're going to need that along with lots of other things. You have to incentivize people to to make some money out of this, out of the problem. And that's, it doesn't matter what your subject is, it's a problem for everyone. But so for me, it's two parts. It's really, governments have to understand the scope of the problem, the scale of the problem, and then enact policies that makes it worthwhile for people to change.
Thank you so much. Now, thank you so much, the panel, for giving us the insight. I'm going to pause and let the audience to ask their question, if I may. And if you could kindly just put your name forward and the organization, please. Ladies.
My name is Tarhas Hagos, and I represent different African governments in the climate change negotiations. And I have been participating in the negotiation for over 15 years. And my observation is that it's not only complex, the negotiation, it's highly political. And both African and Middle East countries, the need for another platform for negotiating climate change is apparent, because if you, the climate change negotiation has become a platform less for climate change, but more for both bilateral and multilateral agreements. And it is high time that a legally binding framework is formulated for African and Middle East countries to really negotiate climate change. That's one. And the second question I want to put to Mr. Al-Mazroui is, in some of the negotiations, like in Glasgow, I had to confront the President Joe Biden because he had come all the way from the States when his very foreign policy on the Horn of Africa is to have war. Up to now, they are trying to continue to have war. And the impact of war has more negative and adverse consequences on people's livelihood, biodiversity, more than CO2 and methane combined. Now, last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, it took us almost a year to bring the issue of agriculture to be part of the climate change negotiations. We only succeeded at the last minute. And I want to see if UAE can bring the team of war to be part of the climate change negotiations. As you see, the whole global is going through war. And one more question to
Can we
Patricia.
just, because we would like to get the other audience as well. Mr. Khalid, would you like to answer that part, please? Or Nick, whichever.
I can take
the first one.
I don't want to touch that. I think you talk about the second framework. I think one of the key things of COP28 is the stock take for Paris from 2017. The realization is that climate change is happening faster, and we're doing less than we should have done to hit those targets for Paris. Therefore, if in this COP they take a stock take and realize that we're not doing enough, we then need to do something very concrete, like the Loss and Damage Fund. So for all the previous COPs, there's been very little, not enough financial commitment. So if you took the Loss and Damage Fund out of COP and just said, let's get on with this and have a second framework, I think you're probably right. And if they used every COP as a stock take, as half the work, I think that would take a different angle on it. So I agree that it probably does need, well, there are many parallels going on outside of COP anyway, but there's a certain level to that. So
Thank you.
The second one.
The African one. You want to take the UAE one or take the African one? Which one do you want?
I'll take the UAE. Go ahead with that.
All right, okay. On the African one, I lived in Africa. I worked with Africa. I know Africa extremely well. I think it's a complex, going back to the same word, just how to deal with Africa. I mean, I think Africa, they need to realize their importance when it comes to the world scene, actually. Today, we're talking about a continent that had 30 million square kilometers, more than half our rural area. And that rural area, on one side, you might see it's like nothing there. In fact, is where majority of the land is, where the renewable energy is, where the food security is. There is something has to change rather than thinking of a natural capital. Is very much the intellectual capital that needs to be raised in Africa and to be uncovered.
I think we are conscious of the time, but we'll let Mr. Khalid.
Yeah, see, in my point of view, that I represent Abu Dhabi ports, and we are working also with COP28 for some initiatives. But I have seen that in this session, they are focusing more on the economy aspect, not just like the political aspects and the culture aspects. And for me, this is actually, it's really a right approach. And I hope this will solve many other problems, because today, as a decision maker, you have to involve the private sectors, you have to involve the companies that actually are driving the economy, driving the growth of the country. So this is the one that I see that it will hopefully have a big impact in the economy and also in the world nations.
So I would like another question, only one question at a time, please, if I may ask. Please go ahead.
The question to Fabian. So that plant has time lagging. Does that not mean the CO2 emissions are spread but at a later date?
Sorry, just...
The time lagging, the innovative plant, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's postponing the inevitable release of carbon.
I didn't get the question right.
The plant, the innovative
the plant that we have, yeah.
Yeah. Is it not time lagging? Is it not allowing CO2 to be released at a later date?
If I'm getting that question right, I don't know why I'm not hearing very well, but it's just the plant itself is quite a long, it's a tree, basically, that will enhance the ground itself. By itself, it does generate biofuel and actually very suited to the industry. And it's, at the same time, it does have cosmetics, it does have some medicinal stuff, is non-edible, so there's no here food security element, but it enhances the ground around it, and it does, it works extremely well with intercropping. It's a number of all sorts of levels. But we are interested in as much on the carbon element of it is the productivity of that plant itself. It takes 7 years before you start to get anything from it, but from the second year, you have the ground that is becoming more and more fertile and diverse. Hence, we're having the farmers to be part of the whole, to be stakeholders in the whole operation.
Thank you, everyone, for your contribution, and the panelists and the audience. I'm afraid we all have the time for today, and just would like to thank the panel, all the panelists sharing their experience and expertise, and look forward to working with you together today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic session. Thank you, Karim, and his distinguished guests. So much more to discuss, and all eyes will be glued on COP, of course, in Dubai later this month. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we continue. Please do make sure that you put your business cards into the bowls that are being passed around. Cards mean prizes in this instance, so make sure that you do contribute to potentially win. And on the back of your delegate's pass, you'll see that there's a QR code. If you click on that code, you can get 20% off all membership categories for today only, and also a complimentary pass to ABES 2024. We very much look forward to seeing you there. More details about the date and the venue will be announced in due course, but do avail of those offers today. Moving on, we're focusing on entrepreneurship and innovation. We know the impact that SMEs and entrepreneurs have on the bottom line, the GDP of not only countries across the Arab world, but of course here in the UK. But what can we do to foster greater innovation? How do we hothouse and nurture the potential CEOs, the captains of industry across all sectors today for tomorrow's growth? Do we need more policy, partnership and regulation? Do we need more investment? Arguably all of the above. And here to elucidate and shed light on the topic, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage your chair. He is Lord Edward Udney-Lister. Please welcome him as he makes his way to the stage. My Lord. And he is also joined by his esteemed panellists, whom he will introduce you to also. We have Mr. Ayman Al-Awadi. He is the Group Managing Director of the Corporate Group. Please, my Lord. We also have Miss Julia Onslow-Cole from Fragment. She is a partner. We have Aya Degard, who is the Head of Business Development and Strategy at Al Sal Holding Group, and Ms. Lolade Onabulu, who is the Senior Programme Director at the Home Office, who I'm delighted to say has joined us from the corridors of power. So, Lord Lister.
Thank you very much.
Keep your eyes on me. I'll be in the front row. Can I give you that? Somebody's glasses, if anybody's lost them. Over to you, my Lord. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for staying for this penultimate session, which is always the difficult one to try and keep people at. So it's great to have you all here. And thank you very much for the introduction, which is great. Entrepreneurship has often been considered a critical factor in driving economic growth, whether that is as a mature economy such as the UK or high growth areas like the Middle East. These are great challenges for everybody. In a report published recently by Shopify and Deloitte, UK entrepreneurs were found to have contributed 14.3 billion to GDP in 2022, growing exports by 8% in the past year and supporting 78,000 jobs. The report then went on to state that the success of entrepreneurial ecosystems in an economy is dependent on factors such as the availability of startup financing, the accessibility of incubators and other startup hubs, and a regulatory environment that helps to facilitate the creation of new businesses. Culture also has something to do with it. A society in which entrepreneurship is valued and where young people are encouraged to see it as an attractive career path is more likely to succeed than one in which is more risk adverse. Well, we have this afternoon 4 panelists who will each talk about entrepreneurs, how to attract entrepreneurs, how to get people there, how to basically make it all work. And I'm going to start with the very first one, is a lady called Lolade Onabulu. She's the Senior Programme Director at the Home Office. And she's going to talk, she's responsible for the Immigration Systems Programme and the head of the Electronic Travel Bureau. So without more ado, I will pass over to you.
Thank you. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Slightly, I said my name is Lolade Onabolu. I'm a director within the Home Office, and my day job is trying to transform the UK borders into one that is digital, person-centric, and data-driven. But before I tell you more about what to summarize, we've got a video which I think will tell you the vision in a lot more succinct way than I can ever hope to say in many words. So if you can perhaps play that video now.
Each year, UK Border Force processes nearly 150 million arrivals at our border, and we expect this number will continue to increase year on year. To manage these rising passenger volumes and prioritise public protection, we are transforming our borders by moving to an increasingly digital and automated system. Our travel requirements will also be changing. By the end of 2024, anyone wishing to visit or transit through the UK, except for British and Irish nationals, will require permission to travel. This means someone who was previously eligible to visit or transit through the UK without a visa will now need to apply for an electronic travel authorization, or ETA. Once granted, an ETA will be valid for multiple journeys over 2 years. Anyone who requires a visa to travel will still need to apply for one, but will be issued with an e-visa. Those people who hold any other legal immigration status will use this as their permission to travel. E-visas and ETAs will be linked to the holder's passport or other eligible travel documents. When travelling to the UK, passengers will provide their passport or other travel document details to their carrier, who will submit the information to the Home Office. Carriers will then receive a message from the Home Office confirming whether a person has permission to travel or not. This will help carriers meet their obligations under the UK Carriers Liability Scheme. Carriers will still need to confirm the validity of the passenger's travel document. Passengers who do not have permission will be prevented from travelling to the UK for either immigration or security reasons. When arriving in the UK, our ambition is that most passengers will be able to use automated entry, including contactless facial recognition technologies, to confirm their identity and status, enabling them to pass through without the need to see an officer. Alongside wider changes, this will transform the experience of those crossing the border whilst ensuring security remains the priority. We've already made it possible for families with children aged 10 or above to use automated gates. Families with younger children and those who cannot use e-gates will still present to the primary control point, but we will introduce similar facial recognition technologies to simplify the process and assist Border Force officers. The increased use of automation means Border Force officers will have more time to focus on those passengers who pose the most harm or are at the most risk. Transforming our borders means a more secure and efficient border experience for international travellers, cementing the UK as a world leader in the field of security. And we will continue to uphold our country's reputation as a safe and welcoming place to visit, work or study.
Thank you. I do hope that video was informative and it summarizes whatever I may want to tell you in a much, hopefully, graphical way. Just to recap, our vision is to transform the borders to deliver a fully digital end-to-end customer experience from the way people apply, how they prove their identity, how they receive and prove their status, how they cross the border, and how they demonstrate their entitlements in the UK. We are, after all, living in a digital age with online shopping, online banking, etc. And it is our priority that the UK immigration system adapts by going digital to improve our services and increase convenience for our users. A key principle of that vision, of our digital vision, is what we call our universal permission to travel. This basically will increase our knowledge about those seeking to come to the UK, which will not only strengthen our ability to prevent the arrival of those who pose a threat to the country, but it will also allow us to deliver a more targeted approach to border control on arrival, thereby improving the processing of arriving passengers. The ETA scheme, which mentioned on there, is a key component of that universal permission to travel, as it will enable us to get that advanced knowledge of who is traveling, especially from non-visa nationals, i.e. those who currently can come into the country on short-term visas without any form of permission. As you may well be aware, we did launch ETA on the 25th of October with Qatari nationals, and that has been going quite well. And on the 15th of November, following the visa lift, the ETA travel window opened for Qatari nationals, and they now can travel into the UK as an ETA without a need for electronic visa waiver, which is what they used to have. The launch and the implementation, as I said, has gone very well, and the feedback has been very encouraging. We're continuing with the rolling out of the ETA. We did say we're going to start with the Gulf states and Jordan. We started with Qatar to start small, prove the process, and then go to the rest of the Gulf states. So I'm really pleased to kind of confirm that we are proceeding with the rollout of ETA to the rest of the Gulf states and Jordan, like I said. So from 1st February 2024, nationals of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, United Arab Emirates, and Jordan will be able to apply for the ETA scheme, and the travel window will open to them from the 22nd February. We will then roll out the ETA scheme worldwide to the rest of the non-visa nationals throughout 2024. The exact order and the details of that rollout we will confirm very, very shortly. As explained in the video, we're continuing the work to improve the passenger journey through further automation of the border through 2024, 2025, and beyond. becoming more data-driven, intelligence-led, delivering a modern, digitized, and more customer-focused service. What this practically, at the end of the day, what it means is that people traveling to the UK will have a more positive experience at every stage of their journey. It will improve the flow of passengers and strengthen border security, whilst at the same time promoting UK as a top destination for tourism and business passengers. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce Amena Al-Awadi, the Group Managing Director of the Corporate Group, which is a Dubai-based business, and it's an advisory firm.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very delighted to be here today to explain and give you an information pitch about UAE ecosystem for entrepreneurship. My name is Ayman Al-Awadi. I'm from the corporate group, and we provide, we attract foreign direct investments of startups and corporates into UAE and give them access to the GCC market. Recently, a few weeks ago, UAE government has released economic principles in which it's defining the economy outlook of the UAE for the next 10 years to achieve its economic growth. First principle, it's a globally open, free market economy. What does that mean? It means that the supply and the demand are meeting to regulate the production and labor with minimal government intervention. The UAE attracts top talent through programs such as Golden Visa, which has been started since last 3 years, attracting professions and students all over the world. Investing in the digital economy, UAE has started its digital transformation project since 20 years ago, completing phase 1, which is digitalizing the government services, and now they are focusing on digitalizing the aspects of life in UAE. To develop and create opportunities for its youth. This is indeed, it's happening as of 2016 by building robust economy, cultivating the entrepreneurship and building the ecosystem for startups, along with advancement of science and technology to be used in new business sectors such as space. Manages a sustainable and balanced economy. Here, the UAE is focusing on net zero strategy for 2050 to achieve that target, and COP28 it's around the corner. So therefore, the sustainability is a strategic point of the UAE government. Offers a strong and stable financial system. UAE has more than 50 banks operating in different jurisdictions in the mainland and in the free zones. And when it comes into the free zones, we have the DIFC and ADGM free zones to regulate financial services. So therefore, a wide range of civil law and common law being exercised in these jurisdictions. Strong and fair legislative environment. As a matter of fact, UAE in the last 3 years has passed a number of legislations considered double size than what has achieved in the last 10 years. And this gives you a significant picture in terms of what UAE has done in terms of passing the legislations. And as of today, there is around 926 federal decree being active and it's in operation. Supports transparency and the rule of law through corporate tax and through data protection law in order to harmonize with the laws around the region, especially in the West world. The UAE's businesses are supported by a stronger banking sector, and that is true because 6 major banks of UAE are supporting businesses through green financing valued at 42 billion British pound. UAE offers the world's finest transport and logistics infrastructure. As a matter of fact, UAE has been ranked #1 in the MENA region when it comes to quality infrastructure, and globally ranked as top 10 in the world. Coming down to a smaller window, which is Dubai Economic Agenda 2030, D33, which is extracted from the economic principles. A key goal here is to double size the economy of Dubai over the next decade to position itself in top 3 global cities through 100 transformation projects packaged in different phases, and the first package is addressing the following details. Doubling size of Dubai foreign trade by adding 400 cities to Dubai's foreign trade map, and that's can be very much seen throughout Dubai Chamber expansion globally. They are hitting the target of 50 offices in next 2 years. Launching a scale-up program for 30 companies to become global unicorns in the new economic sectors. These businesses, obviously, they are ready to tackle the capital market and global expansion. Integrating 65,000 young Emiratis into the private workforce, and this is through the Emiratization policy, which is regulated by the Ministry of Human Resources, to enable Emiratis to join the workforce in the private sector and equalizing it through the government and public and private sector. Launching Dubai's unified license as a unique commercial identity for all companies over the Dubai. Here we're talking about one license, one registrar, and then you have seamless operation of business in the free zones and in the mainland without having to worry about multiple free zones available in Dubai. Launching Sandbox Dubai to allow testing and commercializing of new technologies and making Dubai as a major innovation hub. This is true because DIFC has started this as a technology license, technology testing license through a regulatory sandbox, which was offered by DFSA, which is the regulatory body of DIFC. So now the same concept is going to be replicated in the mainland. And 6, and the last, launching a program to attract the world's best universities, making Dubai a global destination for education system. And of course, tackling these ambitious plans and strategies, it requires a solid foundation in terms of education. When it comes to UAE market, a couple of things I would like to tap onto. Dubai is a global hub for MICE industry, meetings, incentives, conventions, and exhibitions. There are 400 events is going to take place by 2025, and these are some of links that I'm providing for your kind attention for viewing Dubai's calendar of events, and then also Abu Dhabi calendar of events, as you can see here. And then when it comes to incubation or startup ecosystem, some of incubators are well known in the UAE, such as N5, which is an incubator part of TCOM Business Parks. Astrolab is a tech incubator available within the Dubai DMCC free zone. And then FinTech Hive, which is, of course, the incubator for FinTech solutions in the DIFC. Man Social Incubator, it is considered a social enterprise incubator for Abu Dhabi government. And AIC, which is a business incubator in the academia level, which is American University in Dubai. And I myself as one of the founding members of the academia incubator. So therefore, and then Shira also is a tech incubator in Sharjah. So these are some of examples of incubators that is available, and they are behind the thriving sector of entrepreneurship and also startup ecosystem. I'm sharing my LinkedIn profile here for you to scan, and thank you for your time, and I will be able for questions here.
Thank you very much. Our third speaker this afternoon is Julia Onslow Cole, who's a partner in Frogmore. Frogmore is recognised as one of the world's leaders in providing strategic immigration advice to governments, individuals, and the corporates. So, Julia.
Thank you. As Edward says, I'm a partner of Fragment, which is a worldwide firm providing specialist immigration advice. We have over 600 lawyers working for us all around the world. And I'm really pleased to say that today we've been joined by Mutasser Khan, who's our regional leader, and a number of our partners from all over the Middle East, including Azim Hodin and from Qatar, and Abir El-Saini, who's the head of our DIFC UAE office. So we assist between us hundreds and hundreds of entrepreneurs, and also we advise governments on how to create a system for immigration that is very sympathetic to inward investment and particularly entrepreneurs. And I myself spend half my time on these consulting projects for governments in the Middle East. I've always felt that to be a true entrepreneur, you've got to have a real element of fearlessness about what you do. And you really need to sort of be willing to lose everything in the pursuit of your endeavors. My best friend, her husband, is a serial entrepreneur. He's had a variety of companies, all of which involve leading-edge technology solutions in different areas. And I know of 3 occasions where she was heartbroken to find she'd been returned from work and she was walking towards her then home to find a for sale board outside. And then she found out that he'd forgot to tell her that he needed to sell the house for the next stage of funding of that entrepreneurial project. But if you look at the 3 most famous entrepreneurs in modern time, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Steve Jobs, they all have that same fearlessness. And all over the world, there are millions of entrepreneurs. And when you look at Steve Jobs, he was actually fired from Apple in 1985. And a lot of people, if they had been fired in that way, might not have carried on. But he saw this as a huge personal failing on his part. He never let this failure define him or hold him back. And he returned to Apple in 1997 and revolutionized the company with the iPod and then the iPhone. So when you're a government and you're thinking about entrepreneurs, what can you do apart from trying to reduce their very high levels of stress and potential to being burnt out? So I think there's about 4 real key things that makes a really good landscape for attracting entrepreneurs. The first is ensuring that intellectual property rights for products are fit for purpose, that you have an environment which is supportive from banks and investors, that you help entrepreneurs find the right business model, and also that you find the right talent to work in, which includes immigration, but also upskilling your resident labour. And in the UK, I think they've been very successful, the governments over time, in creating that very attractive framework. And you see that in patents. So under the European patent legislation, if you actually register your patent in the UK, it's the best place to register that patent, even better than if you did it, for example, in Germany. There are multiple taxation incentives, there's very good employment laws, and freedom of expression is protected by the UK Constitution, in statute and in common law. And we've heard from Ayman about all of the incentives and the framework in the UAE, which I think are absolutely excellent. And you see, as well as Ayman has explained, in the UAE in particular, again, tax benefits, the free zones, an amazing immigration system. And we're seeing this not just in the UAE, but really across the Middle East. And I think that another thing that we also see, which is so important for entrepreneurs, is the role of universities. And this morning, at the summit, I was talking to Beenish Lukman. She's an amazingly young entrepreneur who's a co-founder and CEO of this business, which works on precision-based biofertilizers. And she won an award there was just 200 startups in the UK, and she won one of the awards for one of these startups. And she has a lot of support from Cambridge University. And I see through my work in the Middle East that universities are being really encouraged and promoted across the Middle East to help startups, and also the government are actually intervening to ensure that universities in the Middle East are creating the right courses so that the resident labour who want to go there, or young people who are born in those countries, can really make sure that they have the right skills. I think that with the advent of generative AI systems, it's even more important that countries are really questioning how can they encourage an environment for entrepreneurs. And although a huge proportion of startup businesses fail, if you go back to those 3 influential entrepreneurs of modern times and you look at their companies, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon, it really must be a worthwhile endeavour to go out to seek to attract them.
Well, our final panellist is Aya Gadad, Head of Business Development and Strategy at the Al Sahl Group. They're a Libyan-headquartered company that advises on business and corporate strategy, new business development, scenario planning, business modelling, innovation strategy, transformation and turnaround. Over to you.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates and valued attendees. I stand before you today not just Aya Gadad from Al Sahl Group, but as someone who has walked the vibrant streets of Tripoli, witnessing firsthand the untapped market and potential dynamic spirit of Libya. Our journey at Al Sahl Group mirrors the dynamic and evolving environment of Libya's market. We have navigated through challenges and seized opportunities, reflecting our commitment to growth and adaptability in a rapidly changing world. Our path has been one of turning challenges into milestones of success. In Libya, we've seen a shift from reliance on imports to developing robust self-sufficiency in food and building materials. This transition, a part of our national journey, has been pivotal for Al Sahl Group, exemplifying our resilience and strategic foresight. This achievement in Libya is just not about meeting local needs, but it's also about enhancing our global presence. We're proud to contribute to stronger economic ties and regional cooperation. Considering Libya's strategic location, abundant resources, and emerging markets, these elements position it as a gateway to unprecedented growth. It's not just about recognizing this potential, but actively pursuing it. This resilience in overcoming challenges sets the stage for an ever greater opportunity that lies ahead. Our vision has been our guiding star, to harness potential wherever we find it. This vision has driven our investments in advanced facilities, market access, enabling us to make significant strides in various sectors, including agriculture, gas and oil services, and healthcare. Now let's address the question that's often asked. What's the key in investing in futures? Our answer is simple yet profound. Invest in vision. Vision that sees beyond the immediate gains to enduring impact. It's this very vision that has driven Al Sahel Group to be a leader in Libya's business landscape. Our future hinges on collaboration and creativity. We're committing to nurturing top-tier talent, fostering innovation, and imagining a future where growth isn't just a goal for Al Sahel Group, but it's a shared aspiration. As we look forward to a future brimming with potential, Al Sahel Group stands at the forefront of exciting transformation in Libya. Our vision isn't just to drive growth within our borders, but to lead it as a beacon of innovation as prosperity in the region. And we welcome those who wish to join us in this aspiring journey, a journey that goes beyond business. It's a journey of vision and transformation. And also, I would like to draw your attention to the screen and show you a video of this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. I prepared a question really aimed at each of our panellists, just to try and draw them out a little bit more. But also, could I say to them all, if you'd all like to join in the same question, please do, because it always makes it much more fun if more than one person answers the question. And my first one, I'd like to start with you, Lalade, right from the beginning. Are there any benefits from having an electronic travel authorization as opposed to having electronic visa waivers, and how do they compare?
Right, okay. I think the way to look at it, the EVW, electronic visa waiver, is basically what it is. If you're a visa national, you're just applying for a waiver to travel for that trip. A number of differences. EVW, the visa waiver, is only for each trip. So every time a national from the Gulf states travel currently to come to the UK will have to apply for that, and that EVW is valid only for that trip. Comparably, ETA is for multiple journeys over a 2-year period or until the expiration of the passport within which one applies with. So take, for example, someone coming from Dubai, coming with an EVW into the UK, and you want to nip over to Paris to do some shopping. On your way back, you need to get another EVW. But now when you become ETA national, that ETA covers multiple trips into the UK. And then it's much cheaper. It's £10 for the 2-year period. EVW is £30 per trip. And even more importantly is that ETA is a digital product. We talked about the vision of where we want to get to a position whereby everyone will be processed using some form of automation on arrival into the UK. ETA is a key stepping stone towards getting to that vision where you can then apply, you have a digital status, and then we can use automation instead of the individual getting to see a border force officer every time.
Thank you. We also want to join in? Because I think this is one of the most exciting things, because I spent years trying to get people to invest money into this country from the Gulf. And it was the one thing that everybody always had a moan at me about, saying, we are fed up having to go through your system of queuing up at the borders and queuing for a very long time sometimes. Yeah. So this is absolutely great news for the UK. So I'm sorry if I sound over-enthusiastic about this, but I've had my ear bent for far too long by far too many people in the Gulf.
And that's right, but just to say one thing, I'm not trying to dampen the enthusiasm. Immediately, ETA allows the nationals to come into the UK. It does not mean you use the e-gate straight away, but that is a direction of travel. However, we've launched with Qatar now, became ETA travel window opened on the 15th, and even the processing has been so much quicker from the feedback we're getting, so that is the direction of travel.
Yeah, I think the actual the Home Office statistic was that originally it was taking like 3 days, but it will go down to 30 minutes. So, I mean, it just shows you how quick it will become.
Yeah, it is. And even in the last two, since 25th of October, we've been live. We've processed, I don't have the last figure, but well over 2,000 applications. All of them have been processed within hours, nothing in days.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We've said 3 days just to be in the early days as we kick off.
Thank you. Well, can I move on to you, Amen, if I may? Tell us why. What sort of industries and business sectors are thriving today in Dubai? Which were the ones that have the great success? And are these the same ones who've all collected their golden visas en route? And,
great question. And in Dubai and in the UAE in general, because of the government initiatives, it makes certain sectors thriving in the economy. So therefore, today, as of now, we have the property sector is booming until today. As a matter of fact, a week ago, and I read the news that Dubai Land Department has witnessed significant value transactions over 1 week time, being $3.1 billion of property sale, and that is remarkable, achievement. Second, UAE and Dubai specifically very famous for the service industry. We're talking about professional services, logistics, and so forth. It's one of the driving sectors behind the UAE economy. Third, we have a travel and tour sector, which is why Dubai is playing an important role as a tourist destination in the region. And then the last sector, which is very powerful, the hospitality, and these are some of sectors that is keeping well in terms of the performance and the agility and coping up after the pandemic time. So therefore, this is basically what are, in a nutshell, the sectors that are very strong, and you can see the immense performance there.
Thank you. Anybody else want to join in on any comments on this? Well, can I then, in that case, move on to you, Julia? We heard a little bit about from Lalaliwa what the British government is doing to make it easier to come here. What do you think are the things that Arab countries need to do to attract entrepreneurs? What else should they do? And do you think there is a lot of interest in the Gulf for entrepreneurs, or do you think this is just lip service?
Yeah, no. I think that governments in the Middle East are really trying, and just sticking to immigration, which is obviously what I advise on. I think, first of all, it's really important to have a wide business visitor rule, so you allow people to come into countries quite easily and look at business opportunities, because one of the difficulties is that people sometimes find it difficult to just get a short-term temporary visa to just assess what the opportunities are. And then, for example, if you look at the UAE, there's a multitude of different categories that you could come in under. There's obviously, one of the flagship things is a golden visa for people who are not just startups, but maybe in a scale-up position. And I mean, the timings for a turnaround of a golden visa are really, really impressive. You could obtain one in a matter of days. I mean, it's very, very impressive. And if you look at Saudi, I mean, there is the temporary work visa, which is having some, has a few teething problems, but the Saudi government is actually looking and revisiting premium residency. I think everyone really in the whole region is rethinking their immigration landscape and looking at ways that entrepreneurs can, in a very fast way, get into a country, explore opportunities, and then if they want to then set up, have something that's really supportive to that.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I'm going to move on then to you, Aya. You represent a big corporate. What can big corporates do to help entrepreneurs?
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear.
What can big corporates like yours do to help entrepreneurs?
I think what they could do is encourage others to join them in the journey of making, a better place, offering opportunities and not just making it, centered. And I think that's been a big part of our success in Libya, is that we didn't just have this journey ourselves. We actually succeeded because of entrepreneurs and people that helped us along this path.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid I'm getting signals that we have to wind up. So I think I have several more questions I could ask, but I think better not, because I think we'll be unpopular with the organisers. So thank you very much for listening, and could I thank the panel for their insights and their information. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my lord, and apologies for calling time, but there will be many more opportunities to put your questions to everybody that you've seen on stage today, not least at the reception, which is coming up very shortly. So on that note, we turn our attention from the business of the day to reflections of the day. And I'm delighted to welcome to the stage in a moment the Deputy CEO of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce to give his thoughts and conclusions on a fantastic summit, I'm sure you'll agree. Before I do that, please do remember to click on the QR code that's on the back of your delegate's pass. We do want you to benefit from the membership discount that's available and your complimentary pass to next year's event. But without further ado, please welcome to the stage Abdul Salam El-Idrissi and Lord Dominic Johnston of Lansdowne CBE. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that. I don't think the Minister is here at the moment. So what we do have is, one of the things that are very important in such events as the ABS 2023 is that we get to write MOUs with partners to develop further stronger relationships in doing business with them in their countries. So I would like to call the Libyan Business Council team or secretary, Mr. Rashid Sawani. Can you come to the... Please, تفضل هون. And I'm now waiting for my CEO, Mr. Bandareda. Has anybody seen him? We're going to go on a search. Can somebody find Mr. Bandareda? Normally it's technology that lets you down, but now your CEO lets you down. That's a good one. You can chit-chat amongst yourselves. You can ask me any questions. Have you enjoyed it today? More importantly. Excellent. Thank you. But this can't happen without you guys being here. And here's Mr. Bandaveda. And we need to bring the table up here. Bring the table up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness a MOU signing between the Arab-British Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of the Libyan Business Council. And I'm very delighted to add that today at ABES, we've had one of the largest Arab delegations emanated from Libya. We had approximately 130 registered Libyans that have made a great effort to come to the United Kingdom. What that signals for me and to everybody in this room is the importance that the Libyan business community and government give to doing business with the UK. And trust me on this, Libya is a big market ready to be discovered, and I would like to make sure that you get the opportunities to actually develop those opportunities. Thank you. Can we have the Libyan delegation to come quickly for a quick photo? That's half of the room emptied. خليك هذيك ان شاء الله ان شاء الله don't worry تفضل تفضل amazing زي ما وعدتني Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can we clear the stage, please? شكرا. مع السلامة. خلونا نشوفهم بعد شوي. إن شاء الله حبيبي. إن شاء الله. إن شاء الله. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for the next MOU sign-in. Can I ask the delegate representative of Hashmove, Safaraz Alam, CEO and founder of Hashmove, to come to the sign-in table? Mr. Banda, please sign in. Right, ladies and gentlemen, very quick briefing. Hashmove is a UK-based company with operations in UAE, and they've developed a platform by which any exporter can go online and get the best deals on shipping their goods, whether by air, sea, train, or road. And it's an application that you can download as an app on our computer. And the ABCC is very proud to be working with Hashmove in delivering this into the market and to you as exporters to make your life easy when you're trading and exporting to the Arab world. Okay. I'm now going to inform you of our dates for our forthcoming events, which is my microphone is dropping, which is we're doing the Arab-British Economic Summit 2024, which will take place in November the 25th, and I suspect it will be held within this premises again. What I would like you to do is to register early so you can get your discount rates and actually become a sponsor. Register your idea to become a sponsor, a speaker, and also I wouldn't mind if you're able to actually pin us some emails about what you thought of today, what sessions you enjoyed, or what sessions you would like to hear about in the near future. So you'll help us to deliver for you another splendid ABES 2024. The other big event, which we're bringing to you in partnership with Wamena Sports, it's a sports event, it's a women's sports event, which will take place on the 6th of June at the Chelsea Football Club Stadium. And I hope, again, you will follow up on our internet and register for that event. Now, I am waiting for our key minister, Lord Dominic Johnson, to be with us. It's supposed to be at 4:30. I don't know if he's arrived or not. But can I just ask for your patience a little bit longer? What I'm going to do, I'm going to do my closing speech. It'd be terribly kind if I can hear you guys speaking. Can you hear me? Can we please just quiet for a minute? We're going to have a minister coming soon, and I really would like to give him a clean platform to work from. So what I would like to start to say to you today is that we have put so much effort and time to make ABES 23 happen. My teams have painstakingly worked day and night in the last few months to give you the event that you had today. We exceeded the number of registered delegates that we had hoped. We had 900 people registered to attend this event. We had over 32 stands ready for you to exchange ideas and business models. We have heard some great speeches, and many of you have joined the discussion. We have showed our sense of common purpose and shared vision of a productive, diverse and dynamic partnership, which shows that by working together, we can create a mutual goal and rewards. ABES has now become a key brand of UK Arab trade. ABES is a manifestation of the importance of the Arab-British partnership, growing diversification, a partnership on strong enduring friendship and pursuit of common goals. ABES fulfills the Chamber's mission and signals ABCC's continuing relevance as a pivotal point of contact between the UK and Arab businesses. This summit shows that the ABCC is delivering. We are here to support you as businesses moving forward under all the difficulties that we see around us today. During the course of the day, we've made friends, we've contacted people, we've learned from the insights of those who are with us, and especially the experts. Our agenda coherently and comprehensively covered those core sectors that are at the cutting edge of the rapidly transforming global economy, fully recognizing the synergy between the UK and the Arab economies. We are ready for ABES 2024, and with your help, as I ask your favors and support, we can make it even better. It allows me now to do the necessary. It's firstly to thank you as the delegates for attending, to thank our speakers, our ministers, and all the panelists that have shared their vision and their speciality. I thank also Kizad, one of our co-sponsors, along with all the other sponsors and the stand holders that are downstairs who are doing a brilliant job showing their wares to you. And finally, I have to also say thank you to the team in this hotel that have served us all day tirelessly and supplied us with some splendid food. And also, I would like to thank the ABCC team who have done a tremendous job in making ABCC 2023 happen. Thank you for sustaining an emerging vision. And I hope we will see you in 2024. Now, I finished that bit. We will do the prize draw now as we wait for the minister to join us. So, who's got the ball? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So how many draws do we need, Rita? Three draws. No, I'm going to get somebody in the audience to come and do it. Who's there? Who can we get to do it? Who would like to draw from the audience? Samar? Sir, you want to come and draw? Thank you. Let's do it.
Okay, I'll choose one, right?
Just one, yes.
Okay. Okay, the red one.
Thank you. Let me see who this is. Sorry? Okay, this is Mohammed Tarkigi of Cody Bear Daycare Limited, Commercial Director. Mohammed Tarkaji, are you here? I think if they're not here, we do another dip, do we? I think that would be the case. I'm going to call once if I could. Mohammed Tahiji, please come to collect the prize. Going once, going twice. Who's going to give me a bid? That'd be a great one, wouldn't it? Okay, put that. Let's have another one. Can I have another? Hey, what? Okay. Oh gosh. Guess who it is? Samara. You found one for you. Thank you. Huh? Okay. Okay. Now, can you pick for the next one? And then the last one. Right. I've got. My eyesight is going. Walid. Burford Group, or Burford. Walid Al-Sabak. There we are. We go to Rita. She'll sort you out. There. What do you want?
We can thank Oxford Society.
Thank you. And I have Binish Lukman, co-founder and CEO. Are you there? There we are. There we are. Thank you. If you go there to Rita. And now, it gives me great pleasure and honour to invite Lord Dominic Johnson of Leinster, CBE, Minister of State of Investment, Department of Business and Trade. My Lord, please.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And I'm aware that I'm coming at the end of the day, but I'm still glad that so many of you have decided to stay to hear me say thank you to all of you and the Arab British Chamber of Commerce for the incredible work that you do. And I'm sorry I didn't win a prize. I saw you doing your prize draw. It's not the first time I've been to one of these events and not won anything. But I hope that the happy victors are in the audience somewhere. And I also believe that you have had a very successful day discussing the opportunities, both in terms of trade amongst the countries that you represent and work in, but also, most importantly of all, seeing the United Kingdom as a leader in working with all the countries and companies represented here today. And I want to say a few thank yous, if I may. First to Bander Rader, of course, the CEO of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce. The important leadership role played in this instance is essential. I'd also like to say thank you to Baroness Simons as chairwoman. I don't know if Baroness Simons is here, my parliamentary colleague. I know that my new colleague, David Cameron, was being introduced to the House of Lords this afternoon, so maybe she's gone to witness what is a historic and congratulatory occasion. But I want to pass on my thanks to her. And many of the ambassadors from the Arab countries who have been supporting this event and may be in the audience today. Apologies, I can't see because of the lights, but are there any of my Arab country ambassador friends here who have been so kind to me over the last year that I've been in post? If you are here, do put your hands up. Apologies if I can't see you, but please know that the importance I place upon our relationship as individuals, and you should know the importance of your plenipotentiary's actions to the Court of St James play a very important role in promoting the business interests of your businesses and also ensuring that we can collaborate further in terms of the UK government encouraging investment from countries across the world, and particularly the members of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce. And I'd also like to congratulate you on having such a significant track record. I was struck when I was looking at my notes that the ABCC is roughly the same age as me. And I went this morning to have my annual checkup. I'm nearing 50, as are you, as an organisation. And I was very pleased to say I've been given a clean bill of health. I know, thank you very much. But as I consider the strength of the relationship and the importance of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce and the sort of summit that you're putting on today, the incredible level of attendance that has clearly been demonstrated by the activities today, I'm reminded of the importance and youthfulness of this organisation compared to me. I still see you as a youthful and young organisation with many, many years ahead, whereas for me, sadly, I'm not sure if I can say the same, although I am still here today. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to talk about business and commerce and the important focus the British government is putting on investment without mentioning the horrific scenes in Israel and Gaza that are going on today. And I would like to say that the UK government, as I'm sure has been mentioned before me by many other interlocutors, placed an absolute focus on a peaceful settlement for all the people in the region. And the Prime Minister and the government are working very hard with all our international partners to stop the situation spreading and causing wider instability. And I know that many people here have been playing an incredibly important and valuable role in trying to bring peace to this region. And I want to say, importantly, from me as a representative of the government, but also as a person who believes passionately in peace and security, that we are all trying to work together to find a solution to this terrible situation. I would also like to just talk a little bit about the strength of the relationship between the United Kingdom and so many of the member countries of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce. And I've spent the last year travelling extensively around the world, but continually returning to the Gulf particularly in terms of the opportunities afforded to us for the investment partnerships, and the other countries in North Africa in terms of the opportunities that we have in terms of investing in your countries and companies in order to power the next iteration of the UK economy. And now the Prime Minister has spoken very clearly about the need for us to become a science and technology superpower. And I don't know if any of you have heard that. Hands up if you've heard that slogan. Hands up. I can't see because the lighting's quite bright, but hands up if you've heard the slogan, Britain becoming a science and technology superpower. Have you heard it? Have you heard it? It's very important. And I'll tell you why, because if we do not own the IP and commercialize the great ideas of the future, then Britain itself will become a second-class price-taking nation. And so the investment that we need into this economy, not just from the Gulf states or from you as members in this audience, but from across the world, is absolutely crucial. It's absolutely crucial in enabling us to achieve our next iteration as an economy. And I want to say that the UK government is totally focused on encouraging investment into the UK. And we have one single ambition, which is to become the most attractive investment destination in the world for international capital. And that means a number of things. It means balancing the support that we give as a government to your businesses, and this is recently wonderfully illustrated in the extraordinary and powerful announcements made by Tata, both in their clean green steel revolution in Port Talbot and in their gigafactory in the West Country. This is very important for you to understand, particularly in a day of competitive economic offerings and the Inflation Reduction Act and the European Green Deal, that the UK government is determined to ensure that our significant resources are deployed in order to support you, aligned alongside you, to ensure that you have the necessary structure and exoskeleton around your businesses to make them a success in the United Kingdom. And the second point is it's not just about the money, it's not just about the financial support. For me, actually, as someone coming from the private sector, that is the least relevant piece, although clearly it's relevant to many businesses today. What's more important is that we create a regulatory and governance and government framework around our economy that enables your businesses to flourish by reducing friction and lowering hurdles to FDI into this country, to enable you to establish your businesses and make this the premier destination for international headquarters, and most importantly of all, to enable your businesses to flourish and prosper. And I do say this at every speech I give, and sometimes it receives rather a lukewarm welcome, but there is no more important act, there is no more noble human endeavour than allocating capital to the highest point of return. And I want you to know how important we believe capitalism is, that process of allocating capital, which is what you're doing in the audience today. It's what you've spent your day considering, how to generate the highest amount of return from the capital that you deploy. And my view is it's only in the UK that you can achieve those globally comparative return rates, and the government is completely focused in ensuring that the process of capitalism, this extraordinary system that has allowed us in our journey from the swamp to the stars, as Ronald Reagan says, to produce the goods and the services that literally allow us to lead longer, happier lives. It is only the UK government, in my view, that is taking the necessary actions to ensure we have the funding and support, to ensure we have the regulatory structures and frameworks, and to ensure ultimately that the culture of the UK celebrates businesses and cherishes successful business people that will allow you as businesses to come to the United Kingdom and be successful. And the final point I'd like to make is a huge debt of gratitude to all the Arab nations for the extraordinary level of openness that you've both afforded me individually over the last year of doing this job, but also the United Kingdom. And I'm talking specifically about the FTA potential that we have with the GCC and further trade relations, critical minerals and investment MOUs that we hope to do with other Arab nations, particularly in North Africa, countries like Morocco, countries like Tunisia, Algeria, and so on. These complex and sensitive projects are very, very important to the global economy if we are to thrive. For me, as a passionate free trader, the opportunity to do a deal with the GCC is enormous. And all I can say is that we as business people, people who believe in the importance of trade and commerce between individuals, need to ensure that we apply pressures upon ourselves and our own institutions to ensure that we can get these deals over the line. And I'm very optimistic that at some point in the medium term we'll be able to celebrate more free trade opportunities with the Arab nations, which is so important in terms of the need for capital from many of your companies and countries, the need for capital from the United Kingdom if we are to become the science and technology superpower that the Prime Minister determines us to be, and ultimately to bring our nations closer together. So thank you very, very much for allowing me to speak at the end of what I know has been an extraordinary, interesting and powerful day. I really do send you my own personal best wishes. If anyone is linked in to me, then continue to receive my updates. But if you're not linked into me, please feel free to do so and use me as your personal concierge into the government of the United Kingdom. I want you to be a success. I want your businesses to flourish. I want to build stronger relationships with Arab countries through high-quality free trade and person-to-person relationships. I'm very proud of the enormous amount of collaboration I've had up until now, and I want you to know that I stand alongside you as you grow your companies, lives, communities and countries into the future. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
And I hope to answer any questions
If you want to, well. Does anybody want any questions to Lord?
I'm aware it's the last event of the day.
It is. It's
everyone's probably wanting the question of how they can get a cup of tea. But,
a cup of tea and a bit something more stronger.
If there are any questions, I'd be delighted to take them. Otherwise, I'm available. Let's have one question.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. I would like to ask about the free trade agreements. Is there any free trade agreements under process right now with Arab countries or in specific countries? Because I think one of the most key elements to facilitate the trade and to encourage it is the free trade agreements.
Yes.
I'd like to hear from your insights about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I mean, the real focus for the Department for Business and Trade at the moment is on the free trade agreement with the GCC. And that's very important for us because in terms of sort of access to such a significant market, I mean, it's one of the combined trading power of the GCC and the UK is one of the most important trading partners that we have. And it's very important in terms of giving our businesses strong signposting that we're able to deal with the combined total rather than necessarily single countries. So the pursuit of our FTA agenda is very much dominated by those discussions. But as I mentioned in my remarks, I'm extremely keen to see closer economic ties with all the Arab nations, to be honest. And one of the areas where I think the UK can do a lot more in terms of providing leadership is on Islamic finance. We are the global leader for Islamic finance in terms of liquidity. We are also, interestingly, the global leader in terms of education around Islamic finance. I think there are a dozen or so courses in the key universities of the UK teaching Islamic finance. We've also been pioneering in many elements of Islamic finance, particularly when it comes to fintech-related products. And I'm very keen for us to do more. So how can we open those corridors to enable communities in the UK and around the Arab world to access the liquidity of the so-called City of London? So there's a great deal more to do. I'm a passionate advocate of free trade, as is this government, but the real focus in terms of the detail is on ensuring we get a really good, long-lasting agreement with the GCC, and I'm very confident that we can do that. Very good. Any final questions? Otherwise, I think I will let you go. There's one question at the back, and then we'll let everyone enjoy their evening.
Thank you very much. Minister, we've got today with us the largest single trade delegation that's ever come to the UK from Libya. They've proudly signed an MOU with the Arab British Chamber, and they're mainly from the private business sector in Libya. Can you please take away a request that UK Export Finance brings cover back online for Libya to be able to encourage British investment in that very valued market?
Thank you very much indeed for those comments, and I welcome hands up if you're from the Libyan delegation. Can I see you? Well, I pay my greatest respects. Welcome to the United Kingdom. Thank you very much for journeying here. And if there's anything I can do to support you in your ambitions and your businesses, I will definitely do so. Because the only way to rebuild your great country is to have a strong business community that has the necessary investment to enable it to do so. And it's essential and exciting for us in the UK to play a role in that, and our relationship clearly with UKEF is very relevant. I know they have their own policy agenda, and I have respect for that, but I will certainly be glad to make representations on your behalf when I finish on this podium. Thank you very much, and success to you all. Great. Well, listen, enjoy the rest of your evening. Wonderful event. Thank you for having me, and I hope to see you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Have a good day. Thanks for giving me some time. And now, please. We got Bandar as well.
Do you want to? Or...
Let's stay here, stay here, stay here. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is not closed yet. We'd just like to...
Very nice to see you.
Minister, again, thank you so much for your joining us today. Also, I would like to thank, most importantly, our interns from Oxford University. And also, ladies and gentlemen, can you also join me in thanking our hostess, Rebecca, for doing such a brilliant job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul Salam, and shukran jazilan to everybody in the room. And before you go, ladies and gentlemen, before the room clears, let me just say what an honor it was to host this summit and to hear the convergence of expertise, the collective passion and the drive, the vision for our future together. We ask that we maintain this momentum so that we may continue to inspire but also turn our words into action. And let us form collaborations that span cultures, economies, and of course our nations. We would love to hear your feedback. As Abdul Salam was saying, please do email directly to the Arab British Economic Summit or the Chamber directly. Register early for next year's event. We want to see you there, right here in this room on the 25th of November 2024. Mark your diaries. But for now, thank you, shukran, masalama, and I look forward to seeing you again very soon. Enjoy tonight.